everybody. Welcome. Good morning. We're going to be calling together the Board of Supervisors meeting. It is 9:03 a.m. this September 23rd. I always like to begin with just saying thank you for taking time to come and participate in your government. It's Tuesday. It's 9 a.m. It is not the most convenient time in the world. We appreciate you coming in. We make a lot of important decisions here, so spending some time with us and being a part of that, it's really meaningful, and we're here to listen to your concerns and be able to debate and deliberate in front of you. And again, thank you. All right, so with that, I'm going to take Chair's privilege there, and we'll move into the Pledge of Allegiance. I ask my friend Marianne Schmidt if you wouldn't mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, just opening up the agenda. We do have agendas in the back and available. If you're ever curious about the stuff we're talking about and the documents, it is available online. We have a way, ask any of our staff, and we can be able to get that to you. Just as a few updates, I believe we are going to be pulling item 3 to have a full discussion. This is the presentation of the Life-Saving Award on the consent calendar. We may be pausing at some point during the meeting to be able to move into item 8 for the California Native American Day. And thank you for our tribal elders, tribal leaders for being here in attendance too. We're trying to make sure we have everybody, but you don't have to sit through all the boring stuff as much as possible. And we're also going to be pulling item 10 off of today's agenda, which is our closed session. So with that, we will move into oral communications. This is the time on the agenda for you to speak to us about any questions, comments, or concerns that you may have that are not on the agenda today. We'll have a public comment period before any of those items on the agenda. This is for anything not on the agenda. You'll have 3 minutes to be able to speak. You'll get a beep at 1 minute, and hopefully you know the drill. So if anybody has any oral communications for the board, please come forward. Good morning.
How's everyone doing? Good? All right. So my name's Chris Donchikowski, and I am here today speaking not just for myself, but many employees employed by Tuolumne County. We've not received a cost of living adjustment or wage increase since 2022. It isn't isolated to one department or role, it's across the board. The master unit, many others, have been left behind while inflation continues to rise and cost of basic living becomes harder to manage. Let me give you an example. 2024, I paid $196 out of pocket for health insurance. 2025, I paid $296. And this upcoming year, I'll be paying $596 out of pocket. That's a 200% increase in just 2 years, and yet wages have stayed the same. This means my paycheck is worth less every year, not just because of inflation, but because of the cost of just simply having health insurance. It's eating away at it. This is happening to employees countywide. Meanwhile, the board benefits from automatic cost of living adjustments built into your compensation. This is not a criticism. It is a recognition that you understand the importance of keeping up with inflation. But the same principle must apply to your workforce. In budget discussions, we've seen little meaningful conversation for the financial realities your employees face. We've been told to wait until next year for 3 years running. Each year, we wait while our workloads grow and our morale declines, and our paychecks are less the year prior. In the July 29th administrative meeting, interim CAO Roger Root suggested we remember why we work for the county. We do remember. We remember every time we help a struggling resident, every time we solve a face-to-face problem with the public. We are the boots on the ground. We are not disconnected. We are deeply embedded in the lives of the people we serve. But remembering our purpose doesn't pay our bills. Passion doesn't replace fair compensation. The grand jury already knows and acknowledge what many of us had already known. Favoritism and nepotism persists in the county leadership. Raises and COLAs have been selectively granted to those in higher positions while the rest of us are asked to sacrifice in silence. We are not just asking for luxury, we are asking for fairness, for equity, for recognition that our livelihoods matter, our families matter, that our service to the county deserves more than platitudes, it deserves action. Let this be the year you stop asking us to wait. Let this be the year you invest in the people who invest in Tuolumne County every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
I'm a 9-year employee working as a victim advocate with the district attorney's office. The turnover rate for a victim advocate is extremely high due to low wages and burnout due to stress and numerous involvements in trauma. I have beat these odds by continuing to stay in this career. We have chosen to create a team that is grateful to have the honor of serving the citizens of Tuolumne County. Our pay is the biggest challenge we face. I want to explain something that most of the public is unaware of. Our pay is structured in a way that many employees in Tuolumne County only have 5 steps to reach the top of their pay grade. There's nowhere else to move up. Of course, you can change jobs or careers in hopes of earning more, but many times you must leave the field you love and are passionate about. That is the case for an advocate. There's no other job in this county to do this work. We are unique in that way. I know people always say you can leave, find another job, and of course have the free will. I, however, do not want to leave a career that I'm passionate about. It is so important to me. Why do I have to leave to be treated fairly and be supported in a way that I can merely survive financially? Why do we blame the loyal and devoted public servant instead of trying to fix the real problem? By not compensating your employees fairly, you are suffering catastrophic losses by having to replace people that know that what they're doing and care about this county, and placing a huge burden on those left to pick up the pieces of yet another coworker leaving. This is a difficult fight because we are not supported by our Board of Supervisors. The people that are your frontline employees are suffering. We are seeing places like Panda Express pay $25 an hour with benefits, and that probably sounds like nothing to many people, but it is a very far reach for us. Supervisor Griefer, I'm not trying to call you out. However, you scoffed the other day by making a comment about what are they going to do, take away my $24 an hour? Well, you make much more than that, and this is a part-time job. You got a 5%, I apologize, wrong supervisor, I was online. I apologize, Supervisor Holland and Supervisor Griefer. You got a 5% COLA on July 1st when all we hear is there's no money. So many employees make $18, $19, $20 an hour in this county. In our master unit, one of the only unions along with healthcare that is still out of contract, are road workers, library associates, maintenance, victim witness, to name a few. Your boots on the ground workers are struggling to keep their families fed. These are loyal employees that keep this county running. When you demean us by sarcastically using a $24 an hour as a joke, you're showing us what you think of us, the ones that are your frontline, front-facing employees, your coworkers that take care of the citizens of our county, the employees that need public assistance even though they have solid county jobs, the employees that rely on COLAs to keep our head above water with inflation. Kicking the can down the road is truly what you're doing with the master unit of Tuolumne County. Our union has continued to be told every time our contract is up that if we sign and you promise to help us next time. We've heard this for so many years and we're still not given any of your crumbs left after the top of the heavy parts of the organization are fed. Take care of us and care about us. We want to be here to be public servants of this county. You're pushing us out. We have student loans, property taxes, fire insurance, and all the things everyone else has. We need your help more than ever. Help us feed our families and survive. Be our champions.
Thank you. And I hate to have to be the bad guy at the meetings too, because we don't want to have folks being booed or also folks kind of in the applause category as well. We have to ask if it's okay that people be able to speak and there's not any reaction to it too. We want to be fair to that. So that's just a request. Do we have any additional oral communications to the board? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Don Nessel. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I wanted to present to you a little-known policy decision from the previous administration that has a huge impact on our country. First of all, I'd like to describe the difference between an immigrant and a migrant. So I'm an immigrant. I'm 50% Hungarian, 50% German, and unless you're an indigenous person, you're likely an immigrant. But migrants are a different thing. And in 2022, there was something signed by 22 leaders of America countries, Central, South, Canada, Mexico, Cuba, Haiti, and the United States. It's called the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection of 2022. It's on your computer. You can look it up. There's tons of information about it. I brought this to give to the clerk, so in case you would like to get more information to the launch, you can do that. But what it did is it opened up all the borders of all the countries in Central, South, Canada, and the United States, and Mexico, obviously, because most of the migration came from there. A migrant is not an immigrant. A migrant is someone who is just moving. They're going to another place. They don't care about borders. They don't care about policy. All they care about is moving somewhere else. Immigrants are different. They came into our country. I'm involved with 3 immigrants at the current time. It's costly. It's a long process, and you don't get in easily. I encourage you to learn more about this, because when someone says we're a country of immigrants, it's 100% true. But with migrants in the picture, it totally changes the situation. With our country being invaded at the southern border for 4 years, actually 3 years, because 2021 was before the 2022 policy decision, we had a huge problem to deal with. Even though when someone was asked in the federal government, what are you going to do about this crisis? And they would say, what crisis? Because it was indeed orchestrated and approved of by a bunch of leaders. It was not something that the people were in agreement with. We sent other forces down there to try to mitigate the situation. I encourage you to read about it, learn about it. No one knows about this. I learned about it because someone else said, hey, do you know about this? So here it is.
Great. To the clerk, yep. Thank you, Don. All right, do we have additional?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Do we have additional oral communications to the board? Good morning.
Morning, supervisors.
And feel free, you can move that down too. Yep.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Just for all the folks at home.
Yeah. So thank you for this opportunity. Patricia Ray at Rugged Trail Road, where we still have our terrible-looking dump right near 7 homes, wrecking our property values. At the beginning of this, we never had a public comment period. That's just one ordinance violated. There are many, many more. Now these materials all piled up are still giant mountains. One ordinance says stockpiles shall be used or removed within a period of months, though I'm vague. They have been there for years. The property values are simply ignored. Nobody would buy my house now. And also, these materials are being called inert materials when they're disturbed by more excavation, spreading in the past, rock crushing a few feet from houses. There have been quantities of silica dust from cement and quantities of smelly diesel fumes, etc. These materials are not inert. Oh, high asbestos content serpentine rock from a local quarry all over the place. Now I keep banging on this only partly because of our little fly speck situation. If it continues elsewhere in the county with this dump filled up, where's there going to be another one and another one, and no good for our general environment. And it seems that certain people can do these kinds of things, bending ordinances. Now they're supposed to be able to stick a house in there. Anybody in this room who thinks I'm full of hyperbole needs to look at some videos that are available. I can give the Gmail to look at these. Nobody would want to live in a house in a war zone. And that is ridiculous. I see I'm out of time. And again, thank you for listening. We hope for better things in the future. My neighbor couldn't make it today, but here it is, still with us. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have additional oral communications to the board? Good morning.
Good morning. Today I'm angry, disgusted, and disappointed. Recently, after reviewing records from the Community Development Department, I discovered that an elected official may have violated the law this last summer while constructing a storage facility off of High School Road in Jamestown. Is it not illegal for a property owner to tap into a government water supply without authorization, without a permit, and install a fire hydrant? I would think so, and in fact, I know so. The California Penal Code 498 prohibits diverting utility services and tampering with utility property. Misdemeanor penalties can include fines up to $10,000, jail time up to 3 years, and further administrative fines imposed by local water districts. And then there's the federal law, the Clean Water Act, also prohibits tampering of a drinking water supply. When an individual punches into the water system without a permit, improperly installed pipes can introduce contaminants such as dirt, chemicals, or sewage into the water supply, creating a serious public health hazard. This can happen through cross connections and backflow, where a drop in water pressure can draw contaminated water into the system. If contamination occurs, the individual could face more serious criminal charges, such as negligence or knowing violations of environmental laws. Unauthorized taps increase the demand on the water system, which can lower water pressure for legitimate users and place a strain on infrastructure. So what should happen to an individual who violates these laws? The individual should be held accountable by the district attorney, county council, and the sheriff. That is their job. The community counts on it. We all must abide by local ordinances and state and federal laws, regardless of our status as citizens or elected officials. Because someone is elected does not put them above the law. Our residents should not be threatened because violators face no repercussions. I ask the public, county staff, elected officials to take on the responsibility of making sure our community is safe. Laws are there to protect us, not to be broken for personal benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have additional oral communications? Okay. Is that okay? Sorry. When folks get up, it's very hard to tell from this perspective whether they want to speak or it's a bathroom break. So with that, we will close oral communications to the board, and we will be moving into staff reports. If any members of our staff would like to be able to give a report to the board, please come forward. Annie, good morning.
Good morning. Annie Hockett, Health and Human Services Agency Director, here to make one last plug for our Community Roots Resource Fair that's happening tomorrow. The event is happening at the Mudload Fairgrounds from 3 to 6. And as I reported last week, I think it was, we're excited this year that we're going to be adding a health fair component, essentially. So we just encourage everybody to come out and check it out. It's going to be a great event. Would like to just kind of thank all the partners that have made this possible. We have our Sonora Area Foundation that's been a huge sponsor and supporter. Sierra Bible Church is going to be cooking tri-tip sandwiches for the event. Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition provided some financial support so that we could do essentially a cooking demo and then provide people with the bags of groceries and ingredients to make the item. And also would like to just thank Adventist Health Sonora for all their support with the health fair component. So I have some flyers that I'll put in the back, and I will be here today if anybody has any questions.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. I'm Sean Hembry, your Water and Natural Resource Analyst, and I'd like to make an announcement and make the public aware that we will be developing a well mitigation plan, and just give a little bit of an overview as to why that is taking place and what will be entailed in the plan. So a little bit of background. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act of 2014, or SGMA, sets the framework for statewide sustainable groundwater management by local agencies. SGMA requires, amongst other things, the formation of groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs, and the preparation of groundwater sustainability plans, or GSPs. The groundwater basins subject to SGMA must achieve sustainability within 20 years of implementation of the GSP. That's dating back to the 2014 start date. Now, a limited number of parcels along the western edge of Tuolumne County falls within the Modesto subbasin of the San Joaquin Valley Basin and are thus subject to this mandate. As a cost-saving measures, Tuolumne County has agreed with other responsible jurisdictions within the Modesto subbasin to create a joint GSP, or Groundwater Sustainability Plan. With a cost-sharing agreement for the first phase of that joint GSP approved by Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors in 2018, the Stanislaus and Tuolumne Groundwater Sustainability Association, or STREGBA, which is the other GSA within the subbasin, is a joint powers authority between Stanislaus County, City of Modesto, City of Oakdale, City of Riverbank, and City of Waterford, a Modesto Irrigation District, and Oakdale Irrigation District. In 2024, the Tuolumne County Supervisors approved the 2024 GSP update. In compliance with the plan actions of that GSP, the board signed a resolution to create a well mitigation plan to assess the conditions and protect the water users within the Tuolumne County GSA jurisdiction. Now, it should be clarified that there are only 4 wells within that jurisdiction. There's only 23 parcels, only 17 private landowner parcels, only 2 home sites. So a very, very tiny GSA. But we are responsible to develop this plan, and we want to do it, with the public input, particularly for those parcel owners who are property owners or residents who might be subject to any failing wells or dry well conditions. There are opportunities to mitigate those, and we want to frame up a plan work for that. This will be considered at the next Natural Resource Committee meeting, which will be on October 1st. If anyone in the public has any questions, I'm going to leave my cards in the back, but that you can call me at 533-5554 or ask any other further questions. We're just trying to promote public outreach at this time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. When you get acronym soups like that, you're very thankful to have Sean handling all of it. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Tammy Mariscal, Behavioral Health Director. I'm here today to share with the board and the public some exciting news about our community centers. David Lambert Drop-In Center, as you may or may not know, has been in business for nearly 2 decades, serving not only persons with severely mental illness, but also those that are homeless and looking for other resources. Proposition 1 changed how our drop-in centers are funded. So we are here to announce that effective October 1st, the Lambert Center will be moving under the operations of Nancy's Hope. We have had a great partnership for some time now, and under the current circumstances related to the department's finances and Nancy's interest in continued support of the community, we have joined together and services, I'm sorry, it's a bittersweet moment. The Lambert Center is very important to me. So take a moment here. Sorry. I was a part of the community that built that center up in 1998, so it's a little hard to be transitioning it. I'm sorry, with that, I'm going to leave it at that, and I hope that the community continues to support the Lambert Center in all the mission and services that they have brought the unsheltered community, and behavioral health stands by to continue to partner and collaborate services between behavioral health and Nancy's Hope going forward. For more information, you can drop in to the drop-in center at 347 West Jackson Street, where they will remain open Monday through Friday, 11 to 4 o'clock until further notice. Thank you.
Tammy, thank you. Nancy, thank you too, and for being here. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Blossom Scottheim, your Public Works Director. I just want to share that our road crews are training on the new paving machine today. It's a very exciting step, and the first step in us becoming more proactive and less reactive in our road maintenance. We have some small projects planned this fall as the construction season winds down, and then we've got some big plans for next year. So follow us on social media and see pictures of the work this Friday. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Donnie, good morning.
Good morning, Board. Donnie McNair, County Clerk and Auditor Controller. As you may know, we have a statewide special election on November 4th. We'll be sending out mail-in ballots to all registered voters on October 6th. If you do not receive a ballot by around October 15th, you can contact our office at 209-533-5570, and we can suspend and reissue your ballot. The last day to request a mail-in ballot is October 28th, and the last day to register to vote is October 20th, but you do have the ability to vote a conditional ballot starting October 21st through the date of the election at a vote center or the elections office. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have additional staff reports? Sheriff, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. Morning, Board, County Administration. I'm going to start with dispatch. We are all very, very excited about dispatch, and we are all thankful for the team that has come together to make dispatch happen. We are hopeful and strategic that we will be able to start testing emergency equipment at the new location at Stryker Court within the next few weeks. I find it very important that we recognize some folks who helped make this happen, starting with Captain Jared Pippin, who is one of my bureau commanders. Initially, if you remember from the presentation, was going to spearhead the project management of 911. Corinne Gregson, Mark Beckley, Steve Wilitko, Gabe Peterson, our partners at Health and Human Services, our County Administrator Roger Root, who has been instrumental in helping us keep this project on track, and also our County Council. When we hit some rough patches in getting this project to move forward, they made sure that we were walking the straight and narrow to ensure that we were doing everything correctly. And I greatly appreciate that without causing any further delays that we had experienced. This is a huge win for the community. And most importantly, thank you to the board for funding it. This was by far and still has been the best option for this county moving forward. This is saving millions of dollars while bringing the return on the investment to ensure that all of the people in our community can call 911 when they are in need. Speaking of dispatch, in the month of August, our PSAP, our Public Safety Answering Point, took in just under 12,000 calls. Of those calls, just under 4,500 were incidences and 3,349 rated a deputy response. These incidences range anywhere from a patrol check to parking citations to attempted homicide, which we've experienced within the last 45 days. Life-saving interventions, 21. Those are life-saving interventions that are both not only through our partner agencies, but also strictly through our dispatch center where emergency medical dispatching comes into play while our ambulance partners and first responders are moving toward the actual incident. We had 689 emergency medical dispatching calls for service and 5 Narcan deployments. 5 might seem like a lot. We had a little bit of a climb because of the last 3 months. We did a 90-day analysis where we were seeing 0s, 1s, and 2s, and now we're seeing 5. We had also seen a small uptick in overdoses as well. So the last time I was up here and I briefed that those were on the decline, we knocked on some wood. We'll hopefully get it knocked back down. Those numbers are still small and still lower than they were last year. And I make that a testament to the whole community pushing back on what it means for people who are selling drugs and how we address addiction in our community. When I say the whole team, I mean everybody, all first responders, our partners at the police department, our California Highway Patrol, Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health, everybody that's offering services to our homeless accountability and engagement team as well. 308 cases were taken in August, 39 felonies, 75 misdemeanors, and 162 citations issued. Our fentanyl cases remain steady at 6. In prior months, we were seeing elevated cases up in the 20s. I consider that a victory. Right now, we are entrusted with the care of approximately 133 inmates that are currently housed in the county jail. Of those, we've had experienced 77 incidences within our custody division. Work crew hours are at an astounding 722 hours. Some of those are contracted hours where they actually work and bring in revenue. Others are focused more on the greater good of the community and provide an opportunity for folks that are justice involved to give back. We had 13 SAR incidences in August. Now I'm going to touch briefly on staffing. I am beyond excited to report that we are in the process of filling our last 4 vacancies for our patrol staff, our sworn deputies. That is a testament to the entire team, to this board, the investments, how we choose to police this community, and what quality of life is going to look like. We currently have 4 vacancies in custody that we're actively working to fill. These are positions that have been vacant for a long time. And I know we heard a lot about compensation, and we can, across the board in the county, there are struggles regarding compensation. We are not numb to those effects either, and I recognize that it affects all classifications across the county. We are working diligently to come up with creative solutions to help provide plans and options for what funding some of those methods to address compensation could look like. But I will also say this. When you get to a point where a person has to choose between quality of life and how they are going to fulfill and provide for that quality of life, there comes a pivot point where the trade-off is too much. And I think that exists in all industries, all classifications across the board. I'm proud to say that we're building something in the sheriff's office right now that we are still blessed to be able to attract the best candidates and that we can be selective as we are to recruit these folks. As I've said before, we will not sacrifice and we will not lower our standards to bring folks on. We will bring data and we will bring solutions to help address the issues in Tuolumne County to the best of our ability. I will end that with a high point, which is within the last 2 weeks, we had a stint that went on with our narcotics team where they made 6 sales cases in 5 days. And I've received several phone calls about the amounts and the different types of seizures. Let me be very, very clear. Whether it's 1 gram, 1 ounce, or 1 pound, if you sell drugs in this community, if you sell fentanyl or any other drugs in this community, you will be held accountable. At some point, we will be knocking on your door. And so for all the folks that have that question about what amounts are productive to put sales cases, I say, how much does it take to overdose and kill somebody's family member? Those are the amounts that we're going after. I'm so thankful for this entire team. Much appreciated, nothing but gratitude. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Do we have additional staff reports? Okay, looking out and seeing none. Appreciate that. We will close the staff report section. I am checking in real quick with Dory in the back. Okay, good. We'll quickly go through board reports, and then if it's okay, before our consent calendar, I'd like us to move into item 8. This is meant to be a earlier appointment, but we'll be able to do that since we have dignitaries in the audience. So with that, do we have any board reports to present? Supervisor Griefer, kick us off.
Thank you. I just want to say a big shout out and thank you to Blossom and her crew. The Groveland community had their 49er festival, and there was a couple hiccups, so Public Works came to the rescue and saved it, so I appreciate that. This last week I was up at Tahoe for the RCRC meeting, where I spent a majority of my time trying to meet with as many people possible regarding the exorbitant fire insurance rates which are plaguing our county. I appreciate the words that our sheriff said, where people have to make choices between service and food. In this case, it's putting food on the table or paying your homeowner's insurance. So that's kind of what I've been up to for the last couple of weeks. I met with Assemblyman Tangapa on Monday or yesterday to do a tour of Chinese camp to reassure them that we're out there doing everything we can. And a big shout out again to Dory and her crew for everything that they've been doing. So it's been very busy in District 4. It's been very busy on the different committees, but it's really great to see everybody coming together, whether it's District 4, it's the entire county, or it's the state. So I appreciate everybody's hard work. So thank you.
Great. Supervisor Holland.
I also attended RCRC last week, brought back some good information that we'll be bringing back to the board here in the next couple of weeks. I kind of want to sort through it. Some other counties, their best practices, things they're doing with some of the bills that are coming from the state, and some ideas, especially when we get like unfunded mandates of how to deal with those, and some other ideas. So look forward to that coming forward here pretty soon. Thanks, Sharon.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I participated in the RCRC conference with Supervisors Griefer in Holland and on our deputy or CAO Roger Root last week. Very productive sessions there, and able to get together with a lot of other supervisors and kind of hear the issues that they're facing, which are very similar to the issues that we're facing in terms of budgets. And then I wanted to mention that, so yesterday we had our monthly meeting related to the Navigation Center in Soulsbyville. It's operating really well. We have 30 people in it now, it's I forget the exact number, but it was something like 75% success rate of people graduating out of there that participate in the program. So it's been very successful, and several people have actually graduated out recently. So there are beds available where it was completely full for a while. So they're looking at filling those spots. I would also say that the community is much more positive toward it now than they were. So our and then I guess we'll talk about some of the things related to transit later. That was one thing I was going to talk about, but it's on the agenda, so I will not talk about it. And then the last thing I'll say is that I had a town hall on Monday, September 8th in Big Hill. That was the town hall that was originally scheduled for the day of the fire, and we rescheduled it. Had a pretty good turnout, and I'd say the one message that came through loud and clear is that community supports road improvements and they support fire protection. Virtually all of the questions that I got were related to those two elements. Those, and I agree 100%. I think they were right on the ball with what the need is up there. So, thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
I'm looking at my schedule. Too many meetings, so I think what I'm just going to bring up, starting with what Supervisor Campbell said, was town halls. I've hosted several. We're going to have another one this Thursday up in Tweenheart at the community center there. So if you're listening, I'll put some more stuff out on social media, but would love to have you, hear from you. The last town hall I did was up in Pinecrest, and kind of similar to Supervisor Campbell. Number one thing I heard was fire. Not fire. It was actually law enforcement and fire. They haven't seen deputies up there in years because of our staffing. They're seeing deputies. They're seeing the actions that our board has taken there, and then also with the signage. And so the good news is the community up there recognizes it, they appreciate it, and they don't want to go backwards. And it was good to hear that from the community. Also been talking with Tangapa about several issues. Our assemblyman, he's very energetic and very active. We're very well represented with him. Let's see here. I'm putting together some stuff for the finance committee to bring forward with Supervisor Holland. And I know Mike is also going line by line. I spoke with him yesterday. He's finding more and more money to bring that shortfall down, going line by line. So we're going to continue that conversation in the finance committee and then bring that before the board. The board's given some direction on some specific things to look into. So I'm working on putting that together. And then finally, I attended one of the vigils for Charlie Kirk on Saturday. It was peaceful. It was beautiful. It was just a good thing to see our country. And I also watched the 5 or 6 hour memorial service on that took place on Sunday. And if there's one thing I've been learning is that I didn't know who he was or what it was about, but because of these conversations, I've dived into it. And I would encourage the community to not read Fox News or CNN or MSN, but if you hear things, go to the source document. My son's doing a better job than many adults researching things that were said and things that were taken out of context. I'm not trying to get political. I'm saying it is there's 2 divides going on. It's real important that you don't get divided, but that you read the source documents because it will answer questions that we have. But what I loved and what I could appreciate was the direction that this is going, which is to respond in love and kindness. And Erica Kirk is amazing. She should be Woman of the Year, and I told my daughter she should model her and her mother in her life. So that's it. Thank you.
Great. My report is that I have 2 upcoming town halls. One of them is going to be for the Jamestown area. It's going to be October 1st, 6 to 7:30 at Jamestown Elementary School Gym. And in Columbia, 29th of September, Monday, 5:30 to 7 at the Columbia Elementary School Gym. These will be posted on the county pages and on my personal pages too. So everybody's welcome to attend, ask questions, talk specifically, be focused hopefully on issues within those areas and then anything to bring back to the board here. Okay, so with that, I think we're going to set up and get ready for item 8. Again, I know this is a little, normally we end up doing consent at the beginning, but we'll do it right after. If the clerk can read item 8, thank you, Tori.
Item number 8, consideration of adopting Resolution 77-25, proclaiming September 26, 2025 as California Native American Day.
Good morning, Board. Machuksus Kochi Ama Kane Oyeshe Dory Beats. For those who do not know me, my name is Dory Beats, and while I am your Office of Emergency Services Assistant Director, I'm also a proud member of the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians. I am honored and privileged to introduce this item before you today. So let's begin. I have some guests that I want to introduce here just in a minute as well. So tribal governments are the oldest governments in existence in the Western Hemisphere. Despite common misperceptions, the United States was not the first government to institute democratic rule and introduce concepts of fair representation, equity, equality, and justice for all. Today, 200 years later, tribal governments still exist for the same reasons they were originally founded, to provide for the welfare of their people. California has 109 federally recognized tribes out of the 573 across this nation. California has been home to Native Americans for thousands of years. There are 2 federally recognized tribal governments here in Tuolumne County, the Chicken Ranch Band of Miwok Indians and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians. Each of these 2 tribes are distinct, different sovereign governments and have suffered much from historical genocide seen throughout the state. There is a lot of detailed outline in my memo about the history for those that would like to know more. Rising above the historical injustices, these 2 tribal governments in Tuolumne County have provided not only for their community members, but the county as a whole. Multiple programs, services, including social programs, health services, first responder services, education, workforce development, and natural resource protection. They have built and maintained infrastructure, including roads, bridges, medical clinics, schools, public buildings, as well as businesses that have provided jobs for many of our residents. In fact, during the recent TCU September Lightning Complex, both tribes opened their hotels to evacuees, at no cost to those individuals. They didn't do it because we asked them. They did it because they care about their community. And it was not a given, and we are very grateful for them providing that service to those most in need. California Native American Day offers a chance to educate the community about the diverse California Native American cultures that have shaped our region and our state. Recognizing California Native American Day will foster a greater understanding and appreciation of the historical and contemporary issues faced by California Native American communities as Tuolumne County aims to promote inclusivity, diversity, and respect for all individuals and communities within our county limits. California Native American Day is a statewide observance that honors the first peoples of the land, now known as California. More than a commemoration, it is a living commitment to visibility, healing, and partnership. It uplifts language, arts, and cultural revitalization led by our tribal communities. It broadens public understanding of indigenous history and contemporary priorities. It strengthens the government-to-government relationships and consultation, and underscores stewardship of natural and cultural resources. Above all, it honors the creativity, innovation, and leadership of Native peoples in every sector of California life, honoring ancestors while investing in the future. Staff recommend that we join other counties in the state of California in recognizing and acknowledging the contribution that the two Native American tribal governments, the Chicken Ranch Band of Miwok Indians and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, have had and will continue to provide for in this county. We encourage all citizens to join in recognizing the accomplishments and contributions that California Native Americans have made. So I have joined with me today, and I'd like to just invite whoever wants to speak, but I'll start first and foremost with the elder in the group. So Zondra Beats, many of you know her, my mother, proud to say. She is also elder, been here many of times. And I also have, do you know Angel Royce? She is our vice chair. She is here today as well. And I also have Kyle Cox, who is a tribal member, former vice chair of our community council, but Kyle is our cultural department portion. So I'm going to go ahead and eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, Kyle's going to speak.
Thank you.
So, welcome. There we go.
Machuxis, Kachi Hiema, Kanayase, Kyle Cox. Greetings, good morning. My name is Kyle Cox. Thank you, Dory, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors. I want to begin today by giving thanks to the Creator for allowing us to be here today, for blessing us with our elders, for the gift of life, and the people that walk alongside us. This marks my 5th year being here for the California Indian Day proclamation. In some years, our dance group has been here to share songs, but this year many of our members are spread across the West Coast with different engagements. Last year when I spoke, I ended with a call to action. This year, I'm asking for your participation. Attend our ceremonial gatherings and experience our culture. Support Native-owned businesses. Support Native artists. Help support us in the issues that we see as important. If you're wondering where to start, we're only 1 week away from our annual Orange Shirt Day events. These are meaningful ways to show that Native people are seen, valued, and supported. The tribes of this county have played an instrumental role in its growth and success. With the support of Assemblymember James Ramos, the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians and the Chicken Ranch Band of Miwok Indians have pushed forward important Native legislation at the state capitol level. We're also proud to help establish the first California Native American statue on the Capitol grounds, something thousands of children will see on their school field trips every year, something Native American children will see and feel proudly represented. I say this to remind everyone that though we come from a small rural community, we have the ability to make a massive impact. Not just talking to the tribal people or about the tribal people. I'm speaking to all residents of this county. When your numbers are small, your voices must be strong. We are all products of our environment. We are products of our elders and our ancestors. Our ancestors laid the path before us, and our elders are here to guide us and ensure that we remain on that path. I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to speak today and for the proclamation you've made, but I also believe we can do more. And I invite you to join us. Let's do more together. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've known Kyle since he was a little guy, so I'm always very proud that you speak so well. I don't think anyone from Chicken Ranch was able to make it, but I do know the fire chief is here as well. So Tribal Council sends its apologies for not being able to attend this morning. But if it's okay with the chair, I'd like to read the proclamation.
Please.
Proclamation of the fourth Friday in September is California Native American Day. Whereas Native American Day began in California in 1839, when California Governor Colbert Olson declared October 1 as Indian Day. It was one of the first days establishing to recognize Native Americans and their cultures across the country. In 1968, Governor Ronald Reagan declared the fourth Friday of September as California Indian Day, and the state continues to celebrate this occasion today. Whereas Native American Day is an official California state holiday pursuant to Assembly Bill 1953, that was BACA, and signed into law by Governor Pete Wilson on September 21st, 1998. And whereas Tuolumne County, the County of Tuolumne recognizes the importance of acknowledging and honoring the rich history, culture, and contributions of California Native Americans. And whereas Tuolumne County has been home to Native Americans for thousands of years, there are two federally recognized tribal governments in our county, the Chicken Ranch Band of Miwok Indians and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians. And whereas Miwok means people, or Indian people, and both Native American tribal governments have given so much to our community, from economic self-sufficiency, creations of jobs and resources, they have helped to make our community stronger and more prosperous. And whereas tribal governments provide multiple programs and services, including, but not limited to, social programs, health services, first responder services, education, workforce development, and land management. They also build and maintain infrastructure, including roads, bridges, and public buildings. And whereas for California Native American Day, we pause to honor and appreciate the first Californians and these two Native American tribal governments who have shaped so much of our past, present, and future. Their richly diverse cultures have informed every aspect of our community's history. And whereas Tuolumne County is grateful for the leadership of the two California tribal governments and their communities here within Tuolumne County, they embody the values of diversity and resilience that have come to define California and Tuolumne County as a whole. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby acknowledge that Native American governments have helped to make our community stronger and more prosperous, celebrating the richness of the county's unique tribal history and traditions, as well as the impact Native American cultures have had upon our county. Be it further resolved that the County of Tuolumne is committed to protecting the sovereign right of Native American tribal organizations and institutions to strengthen our communities, and that we encourage all citizens join in recognizing the accomplishments and the contributions Native Americans have made to our county. We salute those who have sought to honor the important role of tribal government leadership in our county's past, present, and future. Be it further resolved that the County of Tuolumne does hereby proclaim the fourth Friday of September as California Native American Day. This proclamation is specific to Friday, September 26, 2025, and will be renewed annually. Thank you.
Dory, thank you so much. And I'm going to, without any opposition to that, provide some comments, I think, and then open it up to the rest of the board. I want to say thank you for writing this, and thank you for being here as well, and especially Elder. Do we address as Elder Sandra Beach or Dory's mom? I'm not sure which is the appropriate title. Grandma Z, wonderful. I know sitting in a position like this, we have areas where they've got the photos of the various Board of Supervisors going back into that building. And in some ways, it's auspicious because you see that there have always been people in these seats for the county since the founding of it, but also to know that those people at different points had made decisions that were based on, there was atrocities committed, there was relocation, there was prejudice, there was persecution, particularly of indigenous peoples of this area, and it can't be understated what that history is. The fact that we are here today, and how I view it is neighbors, as partners, as people that care about this land and this area, and thankful to our tribal partners for what you do in providing fire services, health services, education services, jobs for the community, and in a disaster, stepping up as a partner, as a friend, as a community member, to be there whenever there is a need for an area that there is a troubled history, and that positive relationship is many decades old and I think growing. I agree with the statement that I think it will be continuing to get stronger, that we have to stand together. I actually wrote it down: when your numbers are small, your voices have to be strong and united. Those are extremely powerful words. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate also, Chief New, thank you for being here as a representative for Chicken Ranch Rancheria. As we get an opportunity to recognize this partnership, this shared history, good and bad, but I think a bright and strong future moving forward. So with that, open it up if there's any additional board comments. Supervisor, was that? Oh.
Yeah.
Supervisor Kirk?
I was ready. Go for it. Oh, thanks. Being new to the board, one of the things that I heard the most when I was running and talking to constituents is how we want to make sure that we are partners with our First Peoples, the nations that were here before the county was. So I don't know, a lot of people know the seal here this year that we designed the seal, we wanted to make sure that it wasn't just a county recognition of the 175th, but we want to make sure that we include our partners, which is why we reached out to them specifically to make sure that they had a buy-in or design ideas. So because it's not us, you, it's all of us. Like you said, it's one team. And I've said this before. I've been coming up here as a kid for summer camp and what have you, and I've heard nothing. The legends and lores of what I've heard, and being a part of that and being able to support it. Dory and I talked about this yesterday. It seems like a year ago, but yesterday. In November is the whole month is dedicated to this. So perhaps, as you said, we can work together. Maybe we could have a board meeting at your place once, right, or something like that, right? I heard the fourth floor of some ranch is really nice, but we would obviously love to be a part of whatever bridges you want to build, and I'm willing to do whatever I can to make sure that everybody understands that. At least for me, I'm 100% behind the sentiments and everything, so I'm more proud to be a part of this proclamation. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I'm not one to change resolutions just because everybody has a million ideas, but one word that stood out to me that I didn't like, it says, now therefore be it resolved that Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby acknowledge that Native American governments, so on and so on. And I don't know, when I think about acknowledge, I think acknowledge. So I kind of wanted to change that. I did some word searching, like either celebrate or honor. Hereby celebrate that Native American governments or honor that Native American governments. And the reason why I bring that up, like I said, I think acknowledge is, I'm not trying to wordsmith it, but I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I've grown up in this community, and I remember when I was a kid, when the tribe broke ground, it seemed like all hell broke loose. Everybody said it's going to be the end of the world for Tuolumne County. There's going to be all these issues, and sure, that could have been a fair concern. But as I've grown up here, I've seen the tribe pour money, pour resources into our communities, specifically Tuolumne Township area, going to Molo Christian. I've seen a whole facelift. And so the tribe, to me, has been a really good impersonation of really how the church can do better and how we can do better to support our communities. I think the tribe has been just a blessing in that sense. So I want to suggest that we change that word to from acknowledge to either honor or celebrate, if I have support for that. And then I'm just thankful, Kyle. I mean, we have a great relationship, Kevin Day, everybody. I'm just super stoked that I can pick up the phone and call folks and have honest conversations and work things out. And you guys have always been a partner. You've always approached it in that manner. So thank you guys for your leadership and for just partnering with the county. And I appreciate you guys. And let me see here. If there's you wrote down if there's anything we can do to support you guys. Always just, if there's anything I can do, if it means wearing an orange shirt, so be it. But if there's legislation, if there's things that you guys need help on, please reach out, because we may not know. But if it makes sense, we absolutely want to support you guys. So thank you, and thank you for being here.
All right. And Supervisor Kirk, did I hear you wanted to change acknowledge to recognize, I think would work within that?
Celebrate or honor. So I think.
How about celebrate? Is that fine with you?
Yep.
All right. Let's include that if there's no opposition to that friendly amendment there. Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Kirk. Do we have additional comments? All right. So with that, we'll open up public comment on this item. And with that change, this will be for item 8 on California Native American Day. If any members of the public would like to come forward and speak, you'll have 3 minutes. Please come forward. Good morning again.
Good morning. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. I'd be remiss to not take this opportunity to just display my sincerest gratitude for our tribal partners, not just in how they improve quality of life in Tuolumne County, but the way they demonstrate and live their lives through their culture of just being good human beings. We could not do this without them, and so from my heart to theirs, thank you so much for the partnership. I am beyond grateful. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have additional public comment on this item? All right, going once, going twice. So with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board to say that today we're very blessed to have Vice Chair and Representative Community Council, former Vice Chair, and an elder with us, as well as to have a tribal elder who serves the county from a different role within the county organization too. So especially appreciative. I'll be looking for a motion from the board to approve of Resolution 7725.
I'll move.
Second.
We have a first by Supervisor Kirk. We have a second by Supervisor Campbell. With that, we'll call a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, abstaining. All right. It will be approved 5-0. Thank you again for your time with us and for presenting, and thank you for bringing this forward. If it's okay with the board, I was thinking we could read, well, let's take, we normally do it about 10, so let's take a like 8-minute break or so. We'll be back around 10:13. So with that, we've just finished board reports. We're going to move into the consent calendar. We have staff recommendation pulled item 3 that will be coming up immediately after. I would like to pull item 7. Are there any other items on the consent calendar that board members would like to pull? Item 3 and 7 are pulled. All right, hearing none, right? Okay, hearing none, can the clerk read the consent calendar besides items 3 and item 7?
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the September 09, 2025 regular meeting and the September 09, 2025 special meeting. Item number 2, waiving the second reading and adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 15.20 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, adding Section 15.20.120 to adopt the 2025 Fire Hazard Severity Zone map and designate certain areas within Tuolumne County as moderate, high, or very high wildfire hazard severity zone. Item number 4, adopting resolution, adopting resolution 76-25 to accept allocations in the amount of $19,984 for the Transitional Housing Program services and $12,303 for the Housing Navigation Maintenance Program services from the California Department of Housing and Community Development to be extended no later than June 30, 2028, recognize an unanticipated revenue and increase appropriations in the same amount in the fiscal year 2025-26 Department of Social Services budget, 4/5 vote required, and authorize the county administrative officer to sign all related documents. Item number 5, approving plans and specifications for necessary partial conversion of the 20111 Cedar Road North into an ambulance station, authorizing staff to release an invitation for bids, and making a finding pursuant to California Public Contract Code, Section 3400C2, authorizing specific products to be included as required to match other products in use on other county public improvements that are already completed or in the course of completion. Item number 6, approving a grant agreement between the County of Tuolumne and the Bureau of Land Management for Highway 120 potential operational delineation fuel management feature installation and maintenance project impacting the Tuolumne River watershed and encompassing communities such as Big Oak Flat, Groveland, and Greenlee Hill through the county's Forest Health Program in an amount not to exceed $979,495 and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents, subject to county council approval as to form.
All right, nailed it. Good job. For only like 4 items, that was or 5 items, a mouthful for sure. All right, I'll bring it to the board for any comments. Again, this is items on the consent calendar, -3 and 7. Then we'll open it up for public comment. Supervisor Griefer?
Thank you. Just want to say on item number 6, lots of great work being done. We really appreciate, South County really appreciates all of the work that's being done for the Forest Health, the program. So a big shout out to the team that's working on that. And I think the other item I had, we're going to talk about a little bit later. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any, Supervisor Kirk?
Just specifically to 6, and I know Griefer meant it, but big shout out to Bureau of Land Management. I know we have a great team here, but it takes partners to make this happen. So thank you, Bureau of Land Management. If you're watching, thank you for your partnership.
Okay. Seeing no additional comments on those, open it up for public comment. If any members of the public would like to speak on items 1, 2, 4, 5, or 6, please come forward. Okay, going once, going twice. All right, with that, we will close public comment. I'll be looking for a motion again on consent calendar minus items 3 and 7.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a first by Supervisor Campbell. We have a second by Supervisor Griefer. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, abstaining. All right, unanimous, 5-0 with that. So with that, we'll be moving into first, item 3. Do we need any setup or anything? If folks want to be able to get all that ready, and the clerk can read the item, please.
Item number 3, presentation of life-saving award to Deputy Jacob Hall.
Sheriff, welcome back.
Thank you. My division commander. Lieutenant James Riley. These ones are always, the uniform feels a little bit heavier when you read these because you're just so proud. And as a sheriff and on behalf of the people, we are extremely proud and grateful for you showing up every day. Deputy Hall, for your sacrifice, for your unwavering trust and to your duties. For that, a person is alive because of your actions, and we are going to read the memo that has been reported or that I've prepared. It's addressed to the Board of Supervisors regarding a sheriff's presentation of a life-saving award. It's important to know that the Sheriff's Awards Committee consists of 10 members from a variety of classifications within the Sheriff's Office. The role of the Awards Committee is to review all submissions recommending special recognition of staff who display exemplary service in the line of duty. Special awards may range from letters of commendation to prestigious medals. The Awards Committee accepts recommendations from all ranks and classifications of the Sheriff's Office, to include members of the public. All recommendations are carefully vetted and scrutinized for accuracy and appropriate level of award. Needless to say, it's not easy to get past an awards committee with something like this. Based on the specific set of facts outlined in this memorandum and the awards committee's recommendation, I am awarding Deputy Jacob Hall with the Sheriff's Life-Saving Medal. The Life-Saving Award is reserved for those who selflessly serve our community and display the highest standards of commitment in order to preserve human life. In this specific circumstances, the Sheriff's Life-Saving Medal shall serve as a symbol of Deputy Hall's unwavering dedication to serve a purpose greater than any one person. Let it be known that on July 2nd, 2025, just before midnight, Deputy Hall was on duty and entrusted with the care and safeguarding of the Jamestown community. In accordance with his duties, Deputy Hall was dispatched to the Country Inn for a reported overdose. Deputy Hall responded and located the victim and immediately assessed the most appropriate life-saving intervention. A second deputy would arrive to witness the assessment, to which was reported as no pulse, no breathing. Deputy Hall had already positioned the victim and begun chest compressions prior to the arrival of backup. At this time, several of the victims' families were gathered around the scene as Deputy Hall continued the life-saving efforts. After several rounds of compressions, Deputy Hall reported a faint pulse and shallow breathing. With vital signs restored, Deputy Hall administered a dose of Narcan, which resulted in the victim regaining consciousness shortly thereafter. Deputy Hall turned the victim over to responding medical personnel for treatment. It should be noted that Deputy Hall possesses advanced CPR and first aid training. He serves as a sheriff's office instructor of life-saving intervention. Deputy Hall's subject matter expertise was undoubtedly instrumental in the successful outcome and further illustrates Deputy Hall's commitment to not only his community, but the development of his fellow deputies. In closing, and to quote the deputy sheriff who observed Deputy Hall's actions, based on my firsthand observations, I truly believe Deputy Hall's actions saved this individual's life, and I am honored to nominate him for the Sheriff's Life-Saving Award. Deputy Hall's actions are a perfect example of how community caretaking and law enforcement principles are tightly woven into the vision of our Sheriff's Office and how we protect the people of Tuolumne County. There is no recommendation following this, but at this time I would like to invite the board chair if you'd like to come down and assist in presenting this medal to Deputy Jacob Hall. And before I move any further, if we're talking about gratitude, I would like to just take a moment to notice that we all have a better half that assists us in all of our duties, and that is Mrs. Lily Hall, who is in the back with those absolute angels who are well behaved. Probably better than some of my deputy sheriffs, just kidding. All right. Last night, and let's make sure we get his schedule flexed so he can get a little bit of time because he's on duty again tonight. So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And this was a presentation only, but congratulations to Deputy Hall and Sheriff. Thank you for bringing this excellent work forward. With that, we'll move into item number 7. Clerk can read item number 7 for us.
Item number 7, approving a 5-year agreement with the Tuolumne Parks and Recreation District for $126,449 for the first year for facility and grounds maintenance of county-owned properties in Tuolumne, and authorizing the county administrator to sign, included in the fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget.
Wonderful, thank you. I'll lead this off since I pulled this item. This was something that we gave direction, I believe it was last year, to end this contract and move to an alternative option. The option that I had recommended was, I think, in line with what we've since done with the Pinecrest facility. We've operated the Stent Schoolhouse within my own district, which is appropriate, basically assets to the appropriate entity, and trying to find if we can do public-private, public-to-public partnerships. For some of these, seeing if this is something that Tuolumne City, having a Parks and Rec district, this was a budget decision that we, I think, had made before, but that there are options on the table. So I wanted to pull this and just to reflect that it's not because of the work that TPRD does. I think TPRD does an excellent job. The issue is that the county is struggling to maintain these assets. We don't maintain most of these assets for most of the communities. This is included with Columbia and Jamestown, which we've, since the background on this from my perspective has been the Columbia Pool, which is something we, as a county, and before I got to the board, had utterly failed to basically maintain. It's a failed pool. And it is great that a community has these, but I think it's also appropriate that while we are working on our public safety investments, our roads, some of the core missions, that we ask those communities who are benefiting the most from this to be able to take on some of these things, be able to take on some of those costs. So I would be willing to see an extension of it with a kind of finite date, but that's what I wanted to bring to the board is potentially not doing a 5-year contract, but giving direction today to bring back an item to transfer as surplus these to some public entity within the Tuolumne City area, in line with, I think, that original direction that the board had given, which was to cancel this contract approximately a year ago, I believe. For me, it's all fuzzy because it's been a bunch of years too. I know you've been looking it up as well. And that the extension of this contract would only be at a amount to basically fulfill that transfer. I think it also, in the long run, for these types of assets would be, whether it's Jamestown in my district or Tuolumne or any other area, they are best going to be supported by the areas that they serve directly, who are willing to maintain and pay for them, who are willing to invest in them. I've seen, and my district has seen, where the county is sometimes a steward of these resources. I know we have county staff that are working hard on them, but they haven't had the resources that they've needed, and they've fallen behind. And it hasn't happened in this example, but it's very hard where we have all these other priorities. So that would be my recommendation. Is that Supervisor Campbell?
Well, there's a I don't know, presentation, or there's a board document attached with this. I would like to have staff go through that before because I don't think, for the benefit of the public, people know what we're talking about right now, because we haven't gone over what the contract's about and the background on it. And there is that information in the board document. So my request would be that staff go through the board memo and then we talk about it.
I think that's reasonable. There's no objection to that. Supervisor Griefer?
I just have some comments. Did you?
Well, and I think, so I wanted to kind of justify why I was pulling it. I think what makes sense is we would have that presentation to kind of walk through some of this. Since it was on consent, we don't have a presentation lined up, but I think an overview of it, and then we'll bring it back to comments in that order. Is that fine?
Well, she might actually answer some of my questions if I kind of go through some of the issues I have. Then
sure, please. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Present the questions, and then we'll direct the staff to give the overview.
Yeah, not a problem. So on the face of this, I have no issues with the current contract, but I think we need to also address the issue of how did we get here. So in June of last year, your board did decide to terminate this contract. Unfortunately, later that same year, then CAO Tracy Riggs told staff to fund this. So then they were paying that under. See, I almost said it. Then they were paying that organization 6 months to continue the work because of according to the memo here is that they wanted to be able to transition the staff from the county facilities management department to the recreation department. And I know that was one of Eric's biggest issues, is that we were taking on more and more of these properties. Then Mr. Aiken's position that we were taking on more and more of these properties. And then another 6 months went by, so now here we are. You've already paid another 6 years, or another year worth. So my concern here, obviously, is that we have one contract that for 10 years is still floating around out there. I've been reassured that this will not impact that. But my bigger issue is, how did we get here? Your board chose not to fund this. Then it was funded without the board or the people's knowledge. And then we're going into a new contract with this agency. So where I'm going with this is that if we're going to make these decisions, we want to make sure that we're following, and the staff is following, what your board has executed. So I don't know, maybe we can get into where did that money come from, or how it was funded at that time. Is this amount that's being proposed for the first, the 5 years already budgeted for the next 5 years? If Supervisor Brandon, you wish to, we discussed this in all transparency, we discussed this. If we, as the board, want to reduce this contract from 5 years down to 2 years with the intent, or I know I said 2 years originally, maybe a year, that we want to look at transitioning some of these properties, I think it's a plan. We can do that. I think we have to have those discussions. I fully support TP. I always say it backwards. TPRD to do this work. I know up in GCSD we have the ability potentially to work with them for our resiliency center up there. So I think it's a really good discussion, but I also think it's super important that people understand how we got to here, and maybe you can answer some of those questions.
Sure.
Okay, great. Direct it back to staff. Please give us an overview of the issue at hand.
Yeah, so just to back up a little bit longer, so this most recent contract that Supervisor Griefer is referring to was executed in 2019, but we have had an agreement in one way or another with TPRD to help manage county facilities in Tuolumne for over 30 years. So the situation that Supervisor Griefer is referring to, yes, in 2024, it was June, where the board directed to terminate the contract. To be clear, that was the direction. The funding for the contract was in the budget that your board approved. The decision was made to extend the contract for 6 months because, as Supervisor Griefer mentioned, it was right around that same time where the groundskeeping staff who would be providing a lot of the work there. Well, let me back up just a second. The decision was made to terminate the contract because the intent was this could be a long-term cost-saving mechanism where county staff who already exist, the groundskeepers and our facility maintenance, but I think the main focus was on our groundskeepers at the time, they could provide the service instead. The expectation, and I believe what was communicated to the board, was that the service level would be less. TPRD does a fantastic job managing the county's facilities out there because they are there every day. They have a lot of ability to provide like direct attention to the facilities. So the intent was that county staff would take over what TPRD is doing for the county, but it was that same time, as Supervisor Griefer mentioned, where we had transitioned groundskeeping, which used to be under the Facilities Maintenance Division or Department, out into Recreation Department. And so the decision was made to extend the contract for 6 months. The county administrator made that decision and had the authority to execute contract extensions. And so extended it for 6 months while all of that transition happened, and to put a plan in place for how the groundskeepers would address really the not just groundskeeping, but I know that was kind of the main component, particularly with like the concerts that TPRD provides and some of those things. Just trying to put a plan together that would limit the disruption in service for the Tuolumne community. So that contract was extended through December of 2024. It was then brought to my attention by the TPRD staff in March of this year that contract had been extended for 6 months, and then that they were, since January, they had been operating without a contract. And so we worked together to extend a contract for another 6 months because there was a lot going on at the time in March of this year. And so we discussed this, and again, this was under the county administrator's authority to extend the contract. There was no change in terms, there was no change in cost, and again, the cost for the contract was budgeted for the entire fiscal year. And so it was also around that time in March that your board directed us to start looking at partnerships, leasing, selling, kind of whatever. It was pretty vague, but you did direct us to look at how we can partner on county recreation facilities. And so, interim county administrator and I started meeting with folks, and we met with the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, and we met with TPRD. And we kind of threw, when we met with TPRD originally, we kind of threw it to them and said, like, what would you propose? Would you be interested in owning these facilities? Would you be interested in a long-term contract? And if so, kind of what would that look like? So they went back and did a really great job of putting a proposal together for ultimately taking ownership of the facilities. The way that the proposal was put together, again, totally, I think they did a great job of laying out their perspective and where they were coming from. Ultimately, it wasn't something that we knew that your board would support their proposal, and so then we met with them again and renegotiated what a partnership with TPRD would look like. And so ultimately that's what this contract is that you're seeing here. So we've met with them numerous times. We met internally with county staff as well to look at what are some of the areas for improvement if we were to do another long-term contract. And so this contract that you see today is ultimately a result of your board's direction.
Great, thank you. Supervisor
Oh,
Campbell.
and I'm sorry, just to answer your last question, Supervisor Griefer, the cost for this contract as proposed right now is included in the budget for your board's approval later today.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Campbell?
I didn't have any other comments. I just wanted for the the benefit of the community to hear what the status quo is and what we're talking about now. I don't have any issues with what's presented here because, TPRD has done a really phenomenal job maintaining that area and at what is, to me, a very low cost if you think on a per-day basis. And I just do not see the county having capacity to keep that area maintained at the same level as it is now for less money. So the only options are if we're talking about not continuing the contract or continuing it for a shorter period of time, the only option there is going to be either spend more money on our own facilities to fill that gap, which, there again, I feel like this contract is cheaper than that option, or we will just cut the level of maintenance that is going on at these facilities in Tuolumne, and then the whole community will suffer. So I think all of those things balanced together, while it looks like a big sticker shock to see that cost, that is about what the cost would be, or that is less than what the cost would be if we were pulling that work in-house. This has been brought up many, many times and by different staffs and different boards in the past, and every way you slice it, it just doesn't work out in a better way without the contract. And so I think the status quo with this is still the cheapest and best option for the community.
Supervisor Kirk?
I appreciate that. I've met with TPRD and staff a couple times, and I joke at the end of the meeting, I say, I wish we could just record all these meetings and make a video, because we've had these conversations since I've been in office for 5 or 6 years. I made a comment last year. I disagree with the board cutting the contract, but I said, look, I'll support cutting the contract, but we have to be able to fund and provide those services, because like Campbell said, the community will suffer. If you look at that community last decade and what's taken place there, we talk about economics. I have a report here from Robbie Bergstrom. I'm not going to pull it out, but I have 3 slides here that just show the economic impact of what happens when you take care of those parks. And it's not like, I understand your concern, Supervisor Brandon, like the pool. It's several facilities in one condensed area within a couple blocks. Like we all know, the youth center, a Memorial Hall, the ball field, there's a pool, there's all these things combined right there. And really, staff, I walked out there with 2 CAOs, probably had 10 meetings over this. I'll cut the contract if we can do it for a cheaper manner, but we can't. And, the memo clearly spells out, yes, we cut it last year, but in March, Liz, you did a good job explaining how we got to here. And I just want to call out real quick that I want to thank TPRD, because I was real upfront with them, like, hey, if we can't figure out a way to make this work, the community is going to suffer. What can you do to help? As if they're not already doing enough. And they're taking on the resiliency center as far as the grounds and the maintenance on the outside. And again, that's almost for no cost. So not only are they coming to the table as good community partners, but they're doing everything they can to make this work. And so I appreciate what you said, Supervisor Campbell. I think you and I have been here the longest talking about this contract. And again, I'll say it again, find me a better, cheaper solution. I'll go for it in face of my community partners. But until then, I feel like there's no other option, and it's a great option. So those are my words. Thank you.
Okay, great. Supervisor Holland?
Yeah, me and Griefer were here at that meeting last summer where their contract got canceled. I do think they do a fabulous job. I am in supportive of it out there. I don't like the fact that the former CAO went behind the board's back and did not listen to what the board said. If she agreed with it or didn't agree with it, she came back and had a conversation of why it can't get done, or maybe they made a mistake in their vote, but that never happened. So for that reasons, that's a different discussion for a different day, but it is what it is now, and hopefully you guys continue to do a great job out there. So thanks.
Great. So bringing it back, what I would recommend onto this, because we did, I think you're right, Supervisor Kirk, it's literally the same conversation that we ended up having last year. I think the direction was that with the 6-month extension to be able to figure out what would happen with that, and be able
correct. That is not correct.
Mm-hmm.
You voted to terminate this contract.
Mm-hmm.
The CAO
ordered staff to fund this or to activate for a 6 months so that there could be a realignment. That a realignment after 6 months did not occur.
Right.
Another 6 months went by.
Right.
So I guess my question to the board
Well, can I finish the thought? Because I don't think we're saying something different. I meant to say
Well,
that the direction was to end it, and then
You did end it. That's my point. So my point is you ended it. And I guess my question to my partners here is, what changed from then to now? You voted no then, except for Supervisor Kirk. So why are we doing it now? Now, I have highlighted here, private is way better than public. The private industry can do it way better. So again, I spoke to some of the people last night. I'm in favor of this contract, but I just don't want to get into the boat of, well, we're going to say we're going to do something. We don't like, somebody doesn't like it, then we fund it without people knowing about it, and then it comes back to the table. So if we're going to do this, if we're going to do it, then we do it. And we say, this is the contract, and we stick to the contract, and we honor the terms of the contract, because it's not fair to them either to be operating in this vague world of whether or not they're going to, have a contract or not have a contract, or what their expectations are, what our expectations are. So that was my whole issue. Again, I've said this. I agree with the contract. I agree with moving forward with the 5-year contract. I don't have a problem with that. I also agree with exploring options of potentially passing on some of these properties on. I mean, if we can do that, I have no problem with that. But I just want to make sure that we're doing what the people expect us to do to manage their money wisely, and it's done in the full public eye. That's my sole point.
Thank you. And
if I could kind of,
I only want to clarify what I'm asking. Is that okay, real quick? And then
well, hold on.
It won't be a full comment on it. I promise.
It's the comment that we made this vote to cancel the contract, and that the CAO went behind our backs to undo that. I would have to look up the agenda to see what we actually determined. Did you watch that video or go into that?
I have that video. I watched the video, and I have the minutes if you like.
Which meeting is it?
Well, the discussion was in June 24th, and I believe it was the June 6th meeting. The minutes state that the board.
There was no meeting June 24th.
No.
Of 24?
Of 24. Sorry, so it would have been the
June 18th, maybe.
It would have been the one before that. These are the minutes for the June 18th, so it would have been the June 5th or 6th. But it says here, the board directed the following actions to be taken to reduce the use of reserves to balance the general fund. Bullet point number 2 is eliminate Tuolumne Parks and Recreation District contract.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, I was there, and I do remember that we gave that direction.
That's not the same as canceling the contract, though. Canceling the contract means we pull out of it. This is direction provided to.
And that's what I was getting at on my first comment.
You're inferring malintent, where I don't think that that's fair, because what we did do was give direction to find another way to provide that service to Tuolumne. That is very different than saying your contract is canceled.
That's also incorrect. In March of this year, the board asked the supervisor. The board asked the CAO and staff to come up with a way to partner with other organizations. All I'm saying is that I don't have a problem with the contract. It's how we got here. We just have to.
Again, you're assuming that seems completely normal. Looking for a way to provide that service differently than we are now is very different than saying the board has decided to pull out of that contract, cancel it, and go in-house.
If I may into this,
sure.
Because I think we can talk. I mean, I tend to agree that was my impression of the thing. Ultimately, this is in the past. What I was trying to get at was, I think that, and you're right, it was a more vague direction than a contract cancellation.
And I'm at a disadvantage because I'm trying to remember which meeting it was. I'm just going off of my memory, so if you let me know, if we take a minute, I can look it up and see exactly what it said.
But I believe the intent, as you said, was to find an alternative, and that was what Liz alluded to, was there was kind of a vague direction to go, here's a few options, bring them back. There was a 6-month deadline. And I felt like that was in it. What ultimately happened was that passed. There was no direction. That became now the new month-to-month type contract. And I do have issues with that process. What I'm specifically recommending is revisiting and recommitting to that same kind of intent, which is instead of a 5-year contract, staff negotiated, and I appreciate TPRD, a better contract. I think for the county that is helpful. It's covering more bases. Simply reducing the scope of this to 1 year and directing that we would bring a conversation about property transfer. That's it. It's a shorter contract. If at 1 year it doesn't make sense, we're able to extend it, but that we would formally have that conversation. From what I've heard from TPRD and from staff and from my own experiences, there's been a lot of cross conversations, and they haven't all been with very clearly, as mentioned, board gave a direction, it never came back. This is what I think we should do. So that is my very specific, amend it to 1 year, direct staff to engage in bringing back an item on surplus sale. Roger?
You public comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, before you go to public comment, I just want to say a few things. A couple of things, and Chair, I appreciate what you said about the facilities that we have in the county that are basically, in my opinion, in distress. And I will say that the reason that these facilities in Tuolumne are not in the same state is because of the work that TPRD has done over the years. They have done a phenomenal job of being present and identifying things that are wrong with the facilities and taking care of them, and working with our facility staff to make sure that the major items are taken care of, where, as you know, a lot of our facilities are neglected, but they do a fabulous job of that. And one of the reasons I was pushing pretty hard for the longer term contract is some stability for not just them, but for their staff. You know, we do this every single budget cycle where we're putting them on the chopping block, and I believe that it's a lot of stress for them and for their staff who are you know, they're making barely over minimum wage, the work they're doing there. And so I want a longer contract to bring stability. Now we still have the ability to end a contract with the 90-day notice, but we also would need to go back to their board to get approval. I feel strongly that if we don't have a longer term contract, that their board's probably not going to be in support of it either. And it will be detrimental, I think, to the downtown Tuolumne area that's already struggling. And so I think it is important that we not only keep this partnership going, that we look at it as a longer term partnership. It doesn't mean we can't look at some alternatives and work with TPRD on some options for them in the future to take ownership of some of these facilities. But I think the longer term contract actually gives them a little stability on their staffing side and with their board, just some comfort level knowing that we're still partnering with them the way that we have in the past. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe a technical question on that. So it's a 5-year contract. Does it have the ability to be renegotiated at any point by either party?
Parties can always renegotiate a contract on mutual agreement and substitute it with something. You also have a specific term in this contract for a 90-day no-cause termination by either party.
And that's what I wanted to get at. And so if it feels better that we can put 5 years on this contract, but then give direction that we are seriously looking at a transfer of sale, ultimately, it is the direction we're giving on the long-term part of the contract. We could say this is a 20-year contract. It doesn't mean anything. If the board chooses at any of those budget years that we would like to cancel this, there is no cost termination, walk away language in there. Yeah. And so recommending a 1 year, I think, is giving more of a finite deadline to whatever the final kind of direction of where we would like this to be. So I'm fine with 5 years. Let me amend my request then to even be more specific. I would like us, if we adopt this, to recommend that staff engage with TPRD about offloading as many of these public assets as makes sense to TPRD so they are run, managed, and benefit the Tuolumne community in that way. Oh, and we have public comment too. Thank you. Yeah, Supervisor Kirk. So with that, we'll open up public comment on this item. If any members of the public would like to come forward, please do so. You'll have 3 minutes. And beep is at 1 minute to let you know you got 1 minute left. Mr. Wood, welcome.
My name's James Wood. I'm the General Manager of Tuolumne Park and Recreation District. You have received a report from your Deputy Administrative Officer describing the background of our maintenance agreement with the county, as well as what we hope to be a revised agreement going forward. I would like to expand on the background information and have some comments regarding the new agreement. This past August marked 33 years that TPRD has had this maintenance contract with the county, and we have treated all of your facilities as if they were our own. TPRD has added amenities and made many improvements and repairs using our own monies because we view this contract as more of a partnership. In fact, in this current contract year, TPRD has been providing our service without a contract since July 1st, while we waited for a new contract proposal with new provisions. TPRD has its own facilities and property alongside and adjacent to county facilities within the downtown of Tuolumne Township, and our focus has always been to keep all of these properties, district and county, in the best possible condition, clean, safe, ready, and accessible for public use and activities. We schedule staff on site 7 days a week and hope to continue our partnership with the county regarding the maintenance contract going forward. As to the new agreement, TPRD has agreed to perform groundskeeping maintenance at the Tuolumne Community Resilience Center for a negotiated cost of half, even less than half of what it currently costs the county, providing not only monetary savings, but allowing county facilities groundkeepers to attend to other needs. TPRD is doing all we can and working very hard to provide quality events and activities to all members of our county with very limited funding. I'm sure the county has many other service agreements. Without knowing what any of those contracts might be, I'm willing to bet this long-standing agreement with TPRD is one of the best that you'll have. Thank you for this opportunity to address the board. And can I add, if any of the board members would like more information about TPRD and how we operate, I would be thrilled to meet with you. Thanks again.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment on this item? Welcome.
Good morning, Board Chair for TPRD. Thank you very much for your support and your understanding through these processes. Being on the board since 2017, this is like always kind of been an issue every year with budget, so forth. So thank you for kind of giving us some stability going forward. Regardless, you know, they say 33 years of partnership, but when I was a child on those same grounds, I grew up in that town, Tuolumne, still live there today. Jerry Whitehead Sr. Was taking care of those facilities for free for many, many years before someone spoke up to the county and said, hey, please, can you support Jerry Whitehead and TPRD? They're actually taking care of your facilities for you. So this goes back many, many years of the pride in Tuolumne that our citizens take. Even currently, our citizens are walking by CRC and pulling weeds to make sure the CRC is taken care of. So I just like to obviously thank you for the continued partnership. Thank you for the trust. And we have already given our staff direction to look at all ways necessary, including hiring legal counsel to find a way to somehow bring those properties underneath of us, but we need to find a funding mechanism. So we were working diligently, and we are serious about doing that. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I was at those meetings in the past where this was discussed, and from my recollection, you wanted out of the contract, but this agenda item is for approving this 5-year agreement with Tuolumne Parks and Recreation District. That seems to me to be a yes-no issue. And instead, you all start bickering. Once again, we spent 10 minutes now, and you want to add the kitchen sink into the whole discussion. So the public is coming here assuming this is going to be the topic of discussion, and it diverges into something else. So I would like to ask you to please stick to your agenda and do what it says you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment, too? We're saying it does help. You don't have to, but if you're willing to kind of come to the center, we have some seats, or be able to stand, it does move a little bit faster. So, good morning.
Good morning, Board. As someone who attends the concert in the park events down at Tuolumne, I see the complete and total pride that the Tuolumne community has in those facilities down there. So I encourage the support that this contract would give them to maintain those facilities. They do a great job, And as a citizen of just the county, not that township, I appreciate going down there and having beautiful facilities and just a wonderful evening in the summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi. My name's Phyllis Ashmead, and I'm a resident of Tuolumne since 1990, and I'm here to express my concern with the Board of Supervisors' discussion to cut the maintenance budget and contract for Tuolumne Park and Recreation District, which I'll refer to now as TPRD, just to keep it short. The beautiful, well-maintained West Side Memorial Park, the Whitehead Ball Field, the Veterans Memorial Hall, the playgrounds, hiking trails, the new outdoor theater venue, the picnic areas, they are an oasis for our Tuolumne community and Tuolumne County as a whole. One of the more popular events is the Music in the Park series, and over the course of the summer, they host thousands of people from all over the county who come to the park to enjoy the entertainment, the camaraderie of neighbors and friends, the beauty of the park with its cool green grass in the hot summer and shade of the heritage sycamore trees makes it a treasured tradition year after year. When I drive by the park the next morning, the maintenance crew has everything back in place and as beautiful as ever, and you'd never know that such an event with so many people had taken place the night before, thanks to the work of TPRD. Those of us who live here are so proud of our park district, not only for the beautiful park centerpiece, but for its programs. TPRD works on a shoestring budget to pull off important year-round events that bring generations of families and communities together from all Tuolumne County to celebrate, that's all of Tuolumne County, to celebrate music, youth sports, flea markets, the Lumberjack Jubilee, Halloween and Christmas parades, plus all the community fundraisers and healthy activities that enrich all of our lives. What other park district in Tuolumne County does all of this? The discussion to cut funds to TPRD maintenance contract will have a lasting negative impact on the programs that they provide. Without the maintenance funds, upkeep of the park's infrastructure, keeping it clean and safe for the public's use, will be in jeopardy and many activities will be canceled due to maintenance shortfalls. Please don't cut these funds. Instead, consider how the accomplishments of TPRD under the leadership of General Manager James Wood reflect a commitment to enhancing community life, not just for the citizens of Tuolumne, but all of Tuolumne County. When making your decision to keep the maintenance contract, please consider that citizens for all of us want to maintain the TPRD facilities and programs as a welcoming place for generations to come. Please vote yes to maintain the facility maintenance contractors long-term for the Tuolumne Park and Recreation District. It's a lifesaver and will be a legacy we can all be proud of.
Great, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Karen Johnson. This is my son, Talis. I've been trying to keep him calm. I woke up this morning and a little late and realized I was like, okay, do I take my son to school at the Somerville Parent Nursery School, or do I come here to comment on a really important issue of our community parks? I'm a resident of Twain Harte. I live on Tuolumne Road. I'm equidistant between the Twain Harte Park and the Tuolumne Park. Oftentimes I'm gonna go on 50-50, but the parks are really important to me now that I'm a new mom. And I could probably safely say that I can speak on behalf of like 10 of my friends and their kids, that having playgrounds in the area is really important, especially playgrounds that have fenced areas for wonderful little toddlers that like to sprint off. And so I know my one friend will drive up from Sonora specifically to Tuolumne Park because it's an enclosed space that is safe for her son to run around, who loves to just run off into streets. So as a new mom and any parent who's had a young child, you can imagine the stress with that. I really appreciate all the comments that were made today, even if it takes some things to be ironed out. But I know that this is a contentious issue, but I think saying yes to this contract and allowing the community to continue to support these public parks, I do think having public parks is extremely important, that it's it's owned by the community, and to maintain those and have that public trust is really important. So I encourage you to say yes to that 5-year contract, to say yes to, safe spaces for families. And yeah, do you like parks? You say I like parks? All right, I'll end it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. I think we should maintain the contract. It provides a foundation of support for the condition of the park properties, and they cooperate with the county and TPRD to watch that cooperation. It's mutually beneficial. You guys take TPRD takes $126,000 contract. Then they take their tax revenue base of approximately $125,000, and they develop that by creating a team that builds more. Just in the recent past, through fundraisers and taking advantage of grants, they've brought in and built $350,000 worth of improvements into our community through the public restroom, the concession, the theater, the outdoor theater. They're building a pump track for the kids to ride their bikes on. So this contract provides a foundation that they can have a staff that does more than just maintain the county properties. They actually build more and go beyond, and they use that minimal amount that you guys state is barely enough for the county itself to actually just maintain the property. They take that and use it as a springboard to create more, develop more, put a team in place, run concerts, all of these things on a budget that wouldn't maintain the property. And they add that much more. Really, it's more of a seed money proposition than it is actual just maintenance. They create opportunities for the River Ranch Campground to bring tourism. They have West Side Trail where people go and hike. They have the concerts in the park that provide for small businesses to peddle their wares and sell their pizza and their tacos. And those are all things that make our community more and more resilient through just that foundational support. So I strongly believe it should be maintained, and it should be maintained for decades. It's already been here for 33 plus years. It should continue longer with more stable perspective from you guys, because it provides more than just that 126. It really pushes the boundaries way beyond, because they have the staff and the crew that is interested in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Annie Hockett here, speaking as a private citizen. I think some of you know I have very deep roots in Tuolumne. Jerry Whitehead Sr. was my grandfather. So I got to grow up in the town. I got to play ball on that ball field named after my grandfather, and have seen my children grow up playing on that field. And so I think I just want to thank James and his crew and the board for the partnership. Every time I'm in town, I feel so grateful that I get to live and work in a community that I grew up in, and I just cherish the ability to spend time down there. So I felt like I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have a, oh, there we go. Morning.
Dumas.
And please in the mic too, because we have folks watching at home.
My name's Dave Dumas. I'm the director of Harvest Ministries in Tuolumne. I'm also on the board with Vets Helping Vets, and I don't know how I could say any more than what you've already heard, but let me take a couple of minutes. I'm the guy that hosts the flea markets in the park, and we're so thankful for the venue that is being offered and maintained through the contract that you've provided for TPRD. I'm also a bricklayer, so I got to volunteer my time laying the block on the new theater, doing a lot of concrete work and working close with James and staff, and improving our community. I've lived in Tuolumne almost all of my life. After Vietnam, I chose Tuolumne to raise my children. My grandchildren live there. I want you to award this contract, guys. We need it. It's important to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rochelle Kellogg, and I am a long-term resident of the town of Tuolumne. I was born and raised there a long time ago. I lived across from the Memorial Hall, across from the parks that belonged to the county. That's where I grew up until I went away for college. And I can tell you those facilities were not maintained, and it wasn't always a safe place for all of us to grow up, but we did. We are tough kids. We're Tuolumne kids. And we weren't always real respected as a community either. So there was a lot of that went along with it as well. But Tuolumne County, working with our recreation district, has created a legacy for that community and something that we can all be proud of. You talk about the community stepping up to help. The people on that board are volunteers. The people of the community do come out and support when there are activities going on. They donate their time and show up to help James and his crew with special projects because they love that town. I can't tell you what it means to love a community and town like we love Tuolumne. It's just in your heart. It's part of you. I drive through that town now in parks and areas that weren't safe because of James and his crew and because garbage is picked up and there's a community pride. There are people in that park all the time having family parties. They're sitting there having their lunch. That doesn't happen everywhere in this county, and you guys know it because they're not all safe. But this is a safe place, and it's safe because of that crew that's out there every day keeping it clean. There's a lot of community pride. It has spilled over to all that whole town, not just the county facilities, where people are out taking care of their facilities and taking care of that town because we love it and we want it to be better and a good place for our kids to come back and raise their families. This is a great team that was put together years ago, and it has worked well. Do not destroy it. And please, please continue to support it and use it as a model for other areas of the county instead of trying to take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment? Going once, going twice. All right, seeing none, we will bring it back to the board. I had a comment I wanted to highlight just in a few of these things. And I think the idea that this is a model I'd love to see in other areas is 100% true. But for what was, and correct me, Jerry Whiteside doing all of that work, we had a Jim Oliver in Jamestown. Jim, we found out after he passed, volunteered a ton, did a ton of work, was paying the waste management bill for all the trash services on Main Street. There is not a Parks and Rec district in Jamestown. And it is solely managed by the county. And that has been something that we've been unable to basically cover. It was a huge issue, a fiasco, to try and figure out how could we get what was like $3,000 a year. The community hall has literally, the paint is peeling off the walls. It hasn't been updated since the 60s, 65 or 70. I mean, it's very,
Chair,
very old.
Are we talking about Jamestown or are we talking about Tuolumne?
It's in reference to it, if you let me finish my thought. Thank you.
Well,
so what I wanted to say was that,
way off topic and way off what's agenda.
respectfully, I'm give you space when you would like to go off topic or
This is the third
make an
time.
adjacent thing.
This is the third time you've made
So,
the same argument.
I'm not making the same argument.
Okay.
Thank you. So what I wanted to say was, in reviewing this, I'm not in support. I would like us to direct that we would look at the surplus property. But I think the lesson here is you can do a lot with $126,000. The county subsidizes Tuolumne City to have those community assets. The fees from those events, they're not profit, but they are reinvested back with the Parks and Rec District in that area, which is great. When you want to use Roca Park in Jamestown, and this is where it's related, there's an equity issue. We had to talk for the farmers market that those fees, we had to get a grass maintenance fee established so that they would have to pay back the county for the cost of any impacts. There's an equity issue there. And when you look at Groveland, Twain Harte, Don Pedro, Crystal Falls, Jamestown, Columbia, any of these areas, whether it is a park, it is different, a pool, none of it has those assets. They are certainly not maintained in the same. And so it is not to say Tuolumne doesn't do a good job, but there is an equity issue. I'll just leave it at that. I'll be, unless there's additional comments from the board, probably looking for a motion with this. Otherwise, I'd be happy to make a motion, which is to approve the recommendation here, but giving staff direction to engage directly in surplus property sale conversations.
I'll make a counter motion just to approve it as presented.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a first by Supervisor Holland with a substitute motion to approve on the staff recommendation. We have a second by Supervisor Campbell. With that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, abstaining. All right. With that, it passes 4-0-1 or 4-1-0, with myself voting no. Great. Okay. So we have finished item number 7. It's been about an hour. I think we're doing okay right now. Okay. Let's.
Presentations.
Yeah, no, we've got a few. I think for our 10 a.m. appointment, how many folks do we have in the audience that are here in particular for the 10 a.m. appointment? Okay, that's it. Just, okay.
Hey, Chair. So the 9:30 should have just been a old business just to move on the vote. We shouldn't have a presentation. Because I just asked them to table it.
9:30 will be, yeah, pretty quick. And we're thinking we do have, I thought I saw Darren, there he is, for our 11 a.m. and whether it'd be okay if we wait for the budget item and kind of do it afterwards since he's waiting. But let's just do it in order.
Yeah, the 9:30 is a simple vote.
Yeah. So let's open up the 9:30 a.m. appointment. If the clerk can read the item.
9:30 a.m. Further discussion and direction for the debris management process for the TCU September Lightning Complex.
Okay. Sorry, Dory, I know that was a little last minute there.
Oh, good morning still. Board, Dory Beats, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services. This item is just a follow-up discussion and direction based on debris management. I would like to inform everyone, I know the board knows, I've included in a packet as well as for the public, and we posted it. Last week, we submitted quite a lengthy application to Secretary of Cal OES, Secretary Ward, Nancy Ward. And then on Friday night, the governor did issue a proclamation for both counties, Calaveras and Tuolumne. So to update as well, as a result of those actions, now starts all of those items that we've requested, including phase 1. I did receive notification yesterday that we're looking at starting phase 1 and staging as early as next Monday and Tuesday. So that is great news because we do need to go in and clean up the household hazardous waste. So staff are working on facilitating that for next week. So that is where we are at. We will be hearing officially on phase 2, phase 1 officially, phase 2 officially, and then also our request for watershed mitigation, emission task force. I understand unofficially, yes, we are getting all 3. As I said, I've already been contacted by DTSE, Department of Toxic Substance Control, that will do phase 1 about staging, so early next week. I hear about the watershed mitigation, which is great as we go into the fall season and rainy season. And then phase 2 that we will be approved for a county managed program. So have not officially received the formal letter. Once that letter does come, then that's the decision about doing the county managed at your direction. And then also our opportunity to negotiate that share of cost that we spoke of, and also how we're going to proceed forward with that phase 2. So.
Great. We'll bring it back to the board. We have it for discussion and direction. I would say, do you need any direction from us?
Happy to take whatever you got.
So you don't, but we can.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Why? Yes, of course. Absolutely.
All right. Do we have any board discussion, Supervisor Griefer?
Well, I guess that's why I'm a little confused, is because the discussion last week was, or the last meeting was, are we going to vote on the state handling it, or are we voting on the county handling it? I asked to table that vote so I could talk to you, the people in Chinese camp, which I did, and I'm ready to make that vote now. So I think I don't think this is a direction. I think we have to have a vote on whether we're handling the state or we're having the county handle it. So my recommendation after public comment would be that we have the county handle it and go from there.
Yes, correct. Apologies for that. We are still at that point where you can decide if it's going to be a state-run or a county-run program. So, yes, so I changed my response to your question, Supervisor. I'm looking for a vote and direction.
Wonderful.
I do have a
Supervisor
quick question. And Roger, you walked in the room when I asked you this morning, but I just want to be clear. I get that the county, if we vote on it, for the county to oversee it, but are we going to, through the contract, through the bid process, basically we're going to be overseeing it, but have it clear in the contract that those third-party providers are going to be administering, or obviously carrying out the contract, but we're going to be administering it. Am I making sense? And can you, based on our conversation this morning?
Well, Dory could provide more detail, but we're not gonna be doing the work ourselves. So we will be contracting out with contractors, and we have many contractors that have reached out already regarding wanting to do work in the area.
Okay.
So.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So with that, open it up for public comment on this item. If many members of the public would like to speak, please come forward. Nope, false alarm.
I saw him out of the back of the corner of my eye, too.
So we are going to close public comment and bring it back to the board.
I think you did that on purpose.
Yes. So Supervisor Griefer, I think we had was to move already on phase one for phase two, applying as a county managed program. Is that correct?
Yeah, so my motion would be that we accept phase two as the county's position, or sorry, that we accept the county as the lead on phase two.
Okay.
I'll second.
I know it's direction, but we are doing not perfunctory, but we're doing a fun vote. Council, don't throw a flag at me. I think we're allowed to do it technically. Just doesn't really mean anything, but it means something to us.
No, again, that's the whole reason I delayed this, is because there was a vote.
No,
So-
to get it clear.
Yeah, I
right.
forgot. It was a vote.
Yeah, it was a
last
vote.
time,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we're making it
should vote today.
clear. Is that the motion you need? Did you need any additional
Nope,
things
it's
into it?
perfect.
Okay, wonderful. We have a first by Supervisor Griefer, a second by, I believe, Supervisor Campbell? Yep. All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstaining? All right, passes unanimously. Great, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
And thank you for your patience.
You're welcome.
All right, and we'll be going into our 10 a.m. If the clerk can read the item. Do we need any setup time for this one? Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. And Steve even referenced it too. I just not seen that on the next page there. We'll be opening up actually item 9, if that's okay. Clerk, can you read item 9? I think that probably will not take too long.
Item number 9, consideration of adopting resolution 78-25, declaring 18740 CA 108 Jamestown, California, assessors parcel numbers 059-050-030-000 and 059-050-031-000 surplus property, declaring the property statutorily exempt from review under section 15268 of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and stating the intent to donate the property to a housing sponsor.
Annie,
Well, I'm
welcome back.
surprised I'm up here so soon. I actually have a slide deck, but I can skip that and try to just talk through it if that works. I anticipated that there would be some questions, but I can do my best to run through my PowerPoint here, and we'll have a seat if I'm up here for too long. How's that sound?
Great, thank you.
Okay.
And to be clear, this is the follow-up on the direction given by the board to basically look at the surplusing of this property, correct?
Correct, yes.
We have had a pretty good discussion on
Yeah.
this, so please take it away.
All right, well, I don't have anything for you guys to look at, but what I'm here today is requesting your board to consider the staff recommendation that you will see on the agenda language and in the staff memo, requesting that the property, specifically the Miners Motel, be identified as surplus property, declaring the property exempt from review under CEQA, and stating an intent to donate the property to a housing sponsor. That was easy. Just kidding. I do have county counsel, I think, in the wing somewhere. So if there's any legal question in terms of the process itself, I probably will be punting those questions there. I think this board is very well of the property that we're talking about, the Miners Motel. So I will just kind of move rapidly through. I did want to just kind of spend maybe a minute talking about kind of the project summary itself. So as again, this board is aware, back in 2023, we received the encampment resolution grant. With that funding, Highway 108 or the Miners Motel was purchased. That was back in December of 2023. Fast forward to 2025, the General Service Agency that was running these projects was dissolved, and Health and Human Services stepped into that space. After that, we had a series of board meetings with you all to talk about kind of the status of all the projects, and what ultimately kind of came out of that was a desire to look at an option that where we could partner with a community-based organization and still meet the grant requirements. Much easier than flipping through slides. I think I already talked about that. So what would the process be if that is still the board direction? So essentially what would happen today is the property would be declared surplus by resolution, the resolution you have before you. We would then put out a notice of availability to HCD and to various housing sponsors, and the board may recall that there's a definition of what a housing sponsor is. They have a certain designation to be able to kind of own, construct, acquire, or rehabilitate a housing development. It is worth noting that what we would put in our notice is some language around area median income or AMI requirements to make sure that the project moving forward would kind of comply with that, as well as deed restriction of the property for 100% affordable housing, which is what the direction of HCD is. Interested entities would have 60 days to reach out and express their interest. We would then have 90 days to engage in negotiations to see if we could come up with something that would work and meet the grant requirements. If for some reason that fell through, we would be back before the board to basically talk about alternatives.
Great.
Just a few things I do want to mention. I know I'm going fast, and so I anticipate questions. But if this were to move forward, there are just a couple of things I want to make sure the board is aware of. One, we would need to seek that formal request from HCD to modify the ERF grant or the Encampment Resolution Grant. I can tell you that I have already submitted a tentative proposal kind of outlining what this project would look like, and they have indicated that it will work and meet the grant requirements. We would have to have a discussion about the ERF funding, because if this property were to transition to a different entity for operations, there would be funding that we would need to reallocate. We are under some timelines with that, so I'd want to bring that back to the board pretty quickly. And additionally, we had planned on having the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention HHAP Round 5 specifically go towards this project. So if that is no longer needed, that would be another board conversation of how we would want to reinvest those dollars. And I think that's it.
Okay, great. We have had some discussion on if it's okay with the board, just go through public comment quickly on this. All right, with that, we'll open up for any public comment. Again, this is item 9 related to the surplus declaration of the Miners Motel. For any public comment, going once, going twice. All right, closing public comment and bringing it back to the board. And just to be extra clear on one thing, this is an open process that is neutral, so it is not to any specific entity. And so it's also important that we're not basically prejudicing this in any way with that, right? By mentioning any particular entities. It'll be open for any entity to bid.
Any entity that meets the housing sponsor definition of HCD.
Great, thank you. All right, open up to the board. Supervisor Holland?
I'd just like to say thank you, Annie, for all your hard work on this. I know I helped start getting this ball rolling, and I think we're going in a good direction. And again, thank you for all your work on it.
Thank you.
Great. All right.
And
Supervisor Campbell?
I agree completely. Housing is a really difficult issue to resolve, and where we started with this is different than kind of where we're coming with this. And so I really appreciate you and your flexibility and your staff. And I also have to kind of give a shout out to HCD. When we had that first call with them, I was actually really surprised at their willingness to be flexible. And they basically said, we want to see people housed, just like that's what we want in the county too. and we'll support you in whatever way you come up with to do that. And so, I'll give you a lot of credit for kind of coming up with this idea and making the connections there. And it's, when we have a state agency that's like that, that's flexible and that's willing to fund programs and let us kind of figure out a way to do that works for our community, that's a really good thing. So I'm not always saying nice things about state agencies, but I think HCD really helped us out on this one a lot.
And one comment that I've got on this is, and I agree, thank you for starting some of the questions that brought us this point. I think it's really helpful. We've had in the meantime the complex fire, right? And we do have a number of folks that emergency housing is definitely needed. So I would really like to see us, in whatever process that would be, offer some first right to be able to utilize this. I know one of the challenges is whether the kitchenettes are in there. And if there is some way for, and I'm talking to folks that really just don't have another option, who are looking at, they got to buy an RV to come back onto the property because there is no other place. If there is a way to ask, whether it's HCD or the governor's external office or whoever, an exemption or a mitigation of that, a shared kitchen, maybe they're able to just have an efficiency kitchenette. I'd like your help. I'm certainly going to reach out to the governor's office on that, because I know that of the 49 households that are qualifying, some of them are probably in that category where truly there's just not an option.
May I seek clarification? Are we asking, or are you wanting me to explore that like immediately or pending what happens with this process? Because I can tell you, we had reached out to HCD a while back, granted a very different situation, seeing if we could use the property for a different use pending everything coming together. The answer at that time was no. So if I could get clarification on what the ask is and the duration and timeline, that would help me know how to best respond to your request.
Great, thank you. And to clarify too, that is only my thoughts on the matter as well. I'd ask, I think, for board consent on just exploring that option, not for a general repurposing, but specific to temporary shelter related to the 6.5 fire and 6.2 fire. That would be something. So,
like right now?
Supervisor Griefer, so you.
When you and I spoke, my concerns are still the same. I don't believe that would fit within the mission of what we're trying to do here with transitioning this property. And then two, my other concerns is that if we were to start putting people in there for temporary, now we're opening up a whole can of worms of are we now the landlord? There's a number of things. So I think we should stick to the resolution as written. If we want to explore that maybe later at a different time, we can, but I don't want to muddy the waters. I think let's just get this thing off our books and let the pros handle it, if you will. Not that you're not, but the housing pros.
Would you agree we can bring that back for a direction then? And that'd be fine.
Well, I don't know if we can. That's kind of my point. If we're going to do this now, then we have to do this now. If we're going to have that discussion, then now's the time to have that discussion, because it's going to alter what she's going to do.
Well,
and
I know you said we should have that later, and I've brought it up for the same reason. It's kind of right now relevant to this decision, but.
Well, I think later would be we accept the resolution as is, and then in her conversations, or whomever, in her conversations with whomever, and then if we turn this property over to whomever, then let them kind of figure out what their needs are.
And you mentioned, and I think this is where the relevance is, you mentioned deed restriction to affordable housing. So part of what we put out to whoever may take this over has conditions. This could be a request, a condition that it temporarily provides some purpose. I think that's where it would come into like, why right now? Because if it is transferred over to a housing sponsor, without that, we can make the request and hopefully they would consider it, but it may or may not happen. And this isn't to be like a 10-year, they have to stay there, but for the next year or two, Anyway.
No, but then whoever takes over the property would then have to address that. And I think that's the conversation. We can ask them to look into it, but if they say that's not our business model or we're not set up for that, then.
Unless it's a condition of the surplus.
But I agree with what Supervisor Griefer said, that we shouldn't be getting into that. So I'm ready to make a motion on the recommendation if you're open to that.
Go ahead.
Second.
All right. I move we approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor on item 9, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining? Oh, I think unanimous. Great. Thank you so much. With that, let's take, it's 11:30 right now. I'm thinking we should take our 11 a.m. and then we should do budget basically after lunch or power through lunch. What do you think? Budget, I think, will be a longer item than the north-south connector. Maybe. Yeah.
I say we try to do what we can and then pick up after lunch if we have to.
Yeah, let's do the 11 a.m. because I know that we do have several guests from another agency in-house, and with the budget ones asking patience to be able to stay. So we'll take how about a 5-minute break while we set up for the 11 a.m. All right, with that, if the clerk can read our 11 a.m. appointment.
11 a.m. Presentation of the public engagement for the North-South Connector Project, Phase 1.
All right, and I believe we have our friends from TCTC here to present, so take it away.
Yes, good afternoon, Board. I do appreciate you allowing us to have enough time on the agenda to talk about this important project, otherwise known as the North-South Connector Greenlee Road Extension Project. I'm going to do some quick introductions. I'm Darren Grossi. I'm the former executive director of the Tuolumne County Transportation Council, now this project's project manager. And with me today is Tamara Blankenship. She's the current executive director. Online, we have Amber Collins. She's the project manager for Mark Thomas and Associates, as well as Sam Charvini. And then we also have in attendance Mayor Segerstrom and Councilmember Merrill with us today. So I appreciate them joining us. A couple house cleaning items. You'll note in the memo to the board that I did say have some attachments, but I mistakenly did not attach the project scope of work. I've passed that out at the dais. We added some at the table. The clerk has a copy. And for any public at home that wants to get it, they can go to our website and look up the project. Otherwise, you can just Google North-South Connector Tuolumne, and you'll get to the project page, and it's there. So we're trying to be very transparent. We've got the contract. We've got all kinds of information on our website. And if you link to the storybook page, and I'll talk about this more later, but I'll just say at the outset, if anybody at the public wants to engage, there's an opportunity to give a comment card with your information so you start becoming part of our email blast for the future. So with that, we'll go ahead and jump into the PowerPoint presentation. I know you have a very busy schedule today. And I'll go quickly. You can either ask questions along the way or wait till the end is fine with me. It's just as an information item. So first up, I want to talk about the project overview. It's the North-South Connector Study, specifically focusing on Greenlee Road, Greenlee Road extension, extending from Greenlee Road from Lyons out to Highway 49. You'll see on the project study map that we've kind of blocked out a whole general area because we want the public to understand we're not just looking at one route that was considered in the past. We are looking at multiple routes, and at the end of the day, or at the end of the project, hopefully you have a recommended preferred alternative for you to consider after much study. Our project partners are this City Council, of course, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors and Public Works, and we also have Roger Root on our steering committee. And of course, the Transportation Council is the lead on this phase of the project. Some of the public benefits that we anticipate is improved emergency evacuation routes, particularly for the people who live in the Myers Hill and the Greenlee Basin. To reduce congestion in downtown Sonora, that's always been a priority. Enhance access to essential services such as the new sheriff's office, the Law and Justice Center, as well as the regional hospital. And then some more support climate resiliency, as well as air quality. You know, one thing I didn't talk about enough in here is that in the new realm of transportation dynamics, we have to consider public health. And when we've, especially if you want to secure state funding, when we did look at, in our regional transportation plan update, where do we have health impacts from transportation? I should note, and we worked closely with the Public Health Office, the highest rate of COPD and asthma in Tuolumne County is in downtown Sonora. So if we can reduce the traffic through downtown Sonora, it would certainly benefit that health situation. I won't get into the full project history too much, other than to say in the 80s it was considered a high priority project that the county and the city worked on. Primarily the county led that effort, but the project failed to secure funding and get built. The North-South study of 2006 was kind of a fresh look at possibilities, and from that they looked at over 100 different alignments all the way from East Sonora to up Highway 49 all the way up into Columbia. From that, there was an update to the Regional Transportation Plan listing this as a high priority project. It was also included in the county's general plan update about that same time. In 2001, Caltrans did a congested corridor plan for Highway 49, 108, from primarily focusing on congestion and how to relieve congestion in Jamestown, in Sonora. They looked at all modes of transportation and a variety of alternatives, including western alignments of the highway. And at the end of the study, they had many recommendations, but they did recommend Greenlee Road extension as the best alternative to reducing congestion in downtown Sonora. With that, we now qualify for the Congested Corridor Program, which the California Transportation Commission manages, and it does open up funding for construction of the project. That said, I should probably side note that all the phases before construction need to be funded in other ways. And then finally, I want to mention that in February 2025, the Tuolumne County Transportation Council executed a contract with Mark Thomas Associates to do a project initiation document. This will be a fresh look at the Greenlee Corridor. Recent efforts also include the evacuation needs assessment in 2023, and that identified a number of areas that become bottlenecked during evacuations for fires, and in several scenarios, downtown Sonora, particularly Washington Street, was identified as a thoroughfare that became impacted and gridlocked during evacuations. We also did another effort was that in 2021, both the City Council and the Board of Supervisors joined together to look for ways to better communicate and collaborate on important projects that benefit the greater good of Tuolumne County, not just City of Sonora. And they identified the Greenlee Road extension as a priority projects, and in some ways that's kind of what stimulated us. But that said, when we had the Washington fire, that really emphasized and gave us a very real world viewing of what happens in these fires. And I think most of us can remember how congested, not just downtown Sonora, but all of Sonora became. I remember even Greenlee Road itself being quite congested. And then finally, in December 2023, there was a joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors, City Council, and that ultimately led to a funding agreement whereby the county kicked in $125,000 out of their traffic impact mitigation fee program. City of Sonora did the same thing with their fee program, and then Tuolumne County Transportation Council kicked in $125,000. That gave us a $375,000 project budget that we're working with Mark Thomas with. Under their contract, they will be delivering technical analysis. They'll be looking at alternatives after a lot of public outreach effort. And then they hope to position us for funding from the state, as well as kind of create that funding strategy going forward. We've brought forward to the Transportation Council a public engagement plan that is on our website if the public would like to see it in great detail. From that, we want to increase public awareness, and part of this meeting is a public awareness process kicking off. Again, we would encourage people that want to know more about the project and stay engaged to go to our website, North-South Connector-Tuolumne through Google will get you there, and put your name in there and give us your email contact. We'll get you on all the email blasts. The first phase of our efforts will be looking at existing conditions, challenges, and needs assessment. We'll look at, we'll identify different alternatives, vet those alternatives, and then identify a preferred alternative. We'll be working with a stakeholder committee we have listed there, a number of agencies that are going to be our steering committee. I think we hope to have our first one scheduled in, I think it's October, coming up. And then we also will engage stakeholder groups, specific issues. There's going to be times where a stakeholder group might be property owners that are directly impacted by a route, where we might meet with them individually on their property, and there's others that are more indirectly impacted. We'll be doing community efforts. We'll be reaching out to things like schools, all the different groups that we have listed here. I mentioned in the next slide some of the stakeholder groups. I'll keep going to keep things brief. As far as our communications, we are going to update our webpage. We will do email blast. We hope to engage social media, although that's always a bit challenging for a public agency. Of course, we'll be creating printed materials, outreach materials. As far as the property owner engagement, again, it's going to be one-on-one meetings, primarily with people who have direct impacts from the project, as well as owner group meetings for those that are more indirectly impacted. I should note that BLM is a major landowner up in this corridor as well, and we will certainly make every effort to engage them. We will look at underserved communities as well. Senior populations, they oftentimes are impacted greatly by evacuations and have special challenges. We will also do some outreach probably to the senior center there. Tribal consultation, so to make sure that when we're trying to identify environmentally sensitive areas, that we know where there might be cultural resources to avoid. I'm a big believer that when it comes to environmental issues and cultural issues, avoidance is the best strategy. So we don't want to start getting into alignments until we kind of identified a lot of these things we want to avoid to begin with. Doesn't mean we can't mitigate it if we impact those locations, but avoidance is certainly the easiest approach. So our next steps are to host a steering committee meeting, start coordinating stakeholder meetings, do some outreach to property owners, and advance the technical studies. I think next week you're going to start seeing traffic counters popping up around the area. As far as the schedule goes, here we are in summer, almost fall of 2025. We've already began to do some initial analysis of alternatives, looking at topography and starting some survey information. We've initiated the public engagement process. We're going to start developing some draft documents in 2026 and hope to have the project finalized with a preferred alternative sometime in the summer of 2026. Even though this project's been a long time coming, our schedule is fairly aggressive at this point. And then finally, here's some of the contact information for myself. You can see my email there, dgrossi@co.tuolumne.ca.us, or Amber Collins. Her email is there. And then we have our project website listed there as well. Again, you can also just Google North-South Connector Tuolumne, and you'll get to us. And then finally, this is our project team. Many of us are here today, and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. We don't mind, we can do it maybe the more formal route where we do questions from the board, then open up for public comment, and then be able to go forward discussion up here. Does that sound fine? Okay, with that, I'll look for any questions. Supervisor Kirk?
Looking at the map and just, I think my question is, I'm big on the fire reasoning behind this, with the fires we've had in the past and ingress and egress. But when I'm looking at the actual what's being proposed, where's the accessibility to actually get off this potential new bypass or route?
Yeah, we will have the major nodes are the Lyons Greenlee intersection and the 49 Greenlee intersection, wherever we decide that should go.
Okay.
But we're going to look for opportunities for connectors to other properties along the way.
Okay. That's kind of my biggest just as a resident who lives here is not to just be bottlenecked in two spots, but to hopefully it's connected to the community so it could be an ingress-egress opportunity.
Yep.
So, okay. That's my only question right now.
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah. Hey, Darren. So this is a item that's come up quite a bit. I was trying to look up the exact date. It was around August 2022 we entered into this agreement, and a lot of the same priorities were kind of presented then, and a timeline and ideas. From 2022, so about 3 years, what has been completed from the time we started talking about this agreement to now that has moved us in the direction of making progress on this project?
It was 2022. I don't remember exactly what date you're referring to that we got an agreement on. If you could help me out there.
It was either August 16th was the first discussion, and I think it was August 22nd was when we actually voted to join with TCTC, city, and county to fund the study.
Yeah, I honestly, and plainly, not a lot on this particular project has been completed other than getting an RFP out. I should back up and say, in all fairness, we really worked hard on making sure we had a scope of work that went into a statement of qualifications, what it ultimately was, but we had a scope of work in there that really, in my mind, addressed all of the concerns, the myriad of concerns that I have heard in my career here. And as you know, I've retired recently, which is part of the delay. But everything from gold mining issues to how does it impact the economy downtown, property consultations, how does it impact schools, what is the health impacts, good or bad. And so I spent a considerable amount of time writing up a scope of work that really addressed all those things. And in fact, you have your scope of work in front of you there, that I believe addressed all of the issues that I'd heard, and that includes issues from property owners. And I think that putting that upfront work and then getting it reviewed by stakeholders and steering committee members and getting public comment on all that was very important to really get it right at the front end.
And then I wanted to ask also, and thank you for that, about the emergency evacuation route as a benefit. Is that the primary goal of this, is as an emergency evacuation route for safety, or because through the various incarnations of this, that's been raised as a potential benefit, but it's never been the primary reason. It's always been to relieve congestion and promote development out in that corridor and make it easier for traffic to get through Sonora, which is a congested bottleneck. I think we all agree on it. So is that still the primary reason, is to reduce congestion or is it to provide an emergency evacuation route?
I think that different people will have different priorities on what this project achieves. I would say that in the 90s, when I started here in the county, it was all about congestion relief. In fact, I would probably suggest that that's less of an issue now, since our population has declined from about 58,000 to 53,000. We've seen some reduction in congestion in that area. Now, hopefully, we'll continue to grow, and I think the lack of growth or depopulation has had significant impacts on your budget that you're dealing with. So we all hope to maybe see growth occur and get back to where we were from a population standpoint, perhaps go from there in a positive way. If that happens, we'll see that same level of congestion. But that said, I'd say the rim fire kind of was the first big awakening about need for fire protection. Then came Paradise Fire, which really, I think, opened a lot of eyes about how vulnerable communities like Sonora are. And we began to realize that this project will provide a level of connectivity and additional capacity that would, in fact, benefit significantly wildfire evacuations. And then, of course, there's the fire break aspects of it as well that add some protective layers. That's certainly a debatable issue that I've heard plus pros or cons on from the fire professionals. But I think that it was probably, that's the genesis of where this became, where fire safety and evacuation safety became a kind of another aspect of a potential benefit of this project. And I think that many will see that as a benefit, but there's others. One thing I will tell you that it's probably not going to do a great job of is reducing trucks to downtown Sonora. The reality is Greenlee Road has very steep grades. It works okay for, say, a 2-axle or 3-axle truck, but it doesn't work at all for an 18-wheeler. And this particular extension will probably have similar grades potentially. So I think the trucks are probably going to continue to use some of the other routes. They're a little flatter. And when I say trucks, I mean the big trucks. Delivery trucks, trash trucks, they'll probably use this. But the really big trucks are, we've said we need a western bypass to handle trucks to get them off of downtown Sonora. But this route isn't going to really solve that problem for us.
And I just kind of going back to the progress on the project, what's the next major milestone that you see in the process, and do you have a timeline on we would expect to see that?
I think from my perspective, and I can probably get to the schedule a little better, I think I have a detailed schedule in my memo attached to the memo that the public can see online. We'll start with the traffic studies, and we're beginning the engineering analysis. I think consultation with property owners is very important. Obviously, economic impacts are important. The environmental assessment, I think we'll be through the environmental assessment and a lot of the public input by, looks like about spring of 2026. For me, that's when we begin to really identify what are the constraints. What are the grades that become significant constraints? What are the environmentally sensitive areas that we need to avoid? Where are mines that we should probably avoid? And that'll start shaping what routes to look at. So spring of next year, I think that we'll have a lot of public input by then and really start having an idea of what the viable alternatives are.
Thank you.
Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you. So the last meeting we had was on August 13th, so I'm going to probably repeat a lot of my questions, and so I apologize for the redundancy. But as I explained, I filled in on the TCTC meeting on August 13th for Supervisor Holland. So the couple days before that, as I stated earlier, I had walked up and down and talked to some people, and so the questions that I guess that I have are going to be kind of the same. I hear that we're trying to reduce traffic through the city, but GPS is going to tell people to go around even if they're just not going through the city. So I phrased that poorly. I guess what I'm trying to get to is that the business owners on Washington Street are not in favor of this bypass because they're worried that they're going to lose a lot of people going to the Columbia State Park that might want to stop. So is there a way to designate this bypass as not a primary road, but maybe like a secondary road? So if people aren't doing their tourism and they want to stop, that they don't go around. And it's probably a very nebulous question. I guess my concern is.
I understand the gist of it.
Okay.
Let me first say that we are going to be doing kind of a high-level economic analysis of how this project is expected to impact, good or bad, downtown merchants. So with that out of the way, there are, this is going to be what we call collector road. It's going to be equivalent to what you see on Greenlee Road. It's designed today. It's not going to be a bypass like our East Sonora bypass or even the original bypass, that really, it remains a state route and keeps all that traffic on it. People, as they come, say, from Columbia or coming down 49 from the north, they're going to be routed right into downtown Sonora unless they choose to turn left onto this Greenlee bypass.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I'm glad you brought up the Caltrans, because as I noted here, I'm reading my notes from the 13th, so my notes here say, we're all aware that basically the bypass killed Mono Road, right? No one was shopping on that. They were all bypassing it, right? That's the name. So that's a primary concern that I keep hearing from some of the shop owners. For the people that I represent on East Sonora, their primary concerns are additional traffic in front of the hospitals and doctor offices and things like that, because now all of this traffic is being diverted off of, Washington Street up Greeley Hill. So now you have more traffic. People can't get in and out of the doctor's appointment, for their appointments, or the hospital over there. So that's a big concern of the people on the East Sonora side, because, well, all over, but that's where I got the most information from. So, and then you said that you're going to be doing the car count, right? How many cars?
Yeah, it's starting, I think, next week.
Okay. So, that's something that obviously you can't tell who's going through the traffic, around. So there is that concern. I know we had mentioned earlier about air quality and things like that, and I think it was, and I'm going to probably get this wrong, and I think Mr. Merrill has left the room, but I thought he stated that one of the best ways to do that would be to stop having all the cars idle in front of the elementary school. So, I mean, where I hear the environmental aspect of that, I think traffic moving through Washington Street, I don't know how much of an environmental impact that's going to have. So, so I guess for me, so my final two questions is, what is the financial impact of the county moving forward? Do we need to pay into more? Are you at a stabilized point where you've got the cover through the three agencies? And then secondly, should this go through, meaning the bypass itself, on the map, all of that is in the county, so the county would then be responsible for road maintenance. And do we have a projection on how much per year the road maintenance would be on a major road like that?
Okay, there's quite a bit to unpack
Anyway,
right there.
I apologize. I broke my own rule.
I took some notes, and if I fail to address every issue, by all means, double down. Added congestion on Greenlee Road affecting people's ability to get in and out. I think we've done an awful lot on Greenlee Road, particularly Greenlee Mono intersection and Mono Way, to widen those intersections and widen the road out on Mono from 2 to 4 lanes, just so that those roads have reserve capacity to handle an additional traffic coming over. Prior studies have shown anywhere from 5,000 to 9,000 cars coming off of downtown Washington Street. We're going to refresh that effort and probably do our best study yet on how much that additional traffic will be added to Greenlee, and we'll do a traffic study to kind of estimate what those impacts are. And I'll make sure that we're kind of addressing specifically driveway issues as best we can with the scope of work I've got to work with. Can't do individual analysis on individual driveways, but we can give you a general idea of relative impact there. If we're in the 5,000 to 8,000 range, there's reserve capacity on Greenlee Road as a major collector roadway. It should be able to accommodate that level of traffic. I'll just leave it at that. You mentioned the school environmental impacts. That is something that we are aware of, the potential for air quality impacts, particularly at the school, and we're ready to address it as best we can at a high level, but some of that work will probably be deferred to the next phase, what we call is the project approval and environmental documentation phase, which I'll talk about as far as financial impacts as well in a minute. Environmental impacts are indeed downtown. In fact, the bad health problems are more or less on the, I guess it's called the west side of Washington Street. And I saw Rochelle Kellogg here, who worked, as you know, at this City Hall for decades. And I remember Rochelle telling me that she can't open her window to her office because within a couple days, she's got this black dust over all her paperwork and on her desk. That's particulate matter. that's not healthy to be breathing. So to the extent we can, reduce that impact to downtown where we have kind of a higher level of health impact is great, but then we got to be very mindful of the school, and it's just, we're going to have to figure this out, and I don't have all the answers without all the data at this point. County road maintenance, I think probably I work with Blossom. She probably has some numbers to say, okay, I think the old alignment was roughly 1.1 miles. Whatever the new alignment is, they probably have a cost per linear mile of maintenance that we can just throw at this to give you a ballpark figure. That said, one of the things that's allowed us to move forward from kind of being stuck where we were since 2016 was possibly the city taking the lead on this project in the next phases and possibly taking ownership of the roadway so it wouldn't burden the county road impact budget as much. So I'll kind of keep that as a possible solution out there. We do have an option item in the contract. It's not paid for at this point in time, but if this project looks like something that everybody'd like to move forward with, you might exercise that option to begin to explore annexation opportunities and let the city move forward. I know that one of the things that allowed us to kind of get off dead center is it's kind of the old school thinking, or prior leadership at the city demanded the county build it for them, and the county said we have other interests and other priorities, and so it never got done. Now we have new leaderships on all sides and looking at some opportunities to actually get it built for the greater good of the public.
Right, I mean, and as you can imagine, one of the things this board gets hammered a lot on is our roads. So
yes.
Developing and picking and building a new road while we're not fixing or addressing the other roads is something that, obviously that's going to be an issue that we'll have to address in the public and make sure that they understand why we're doing X, even though we have other projects as well. So, no, I appreciate you.
And let me be clear, at least at this point, none of the money that we're talking about spending could be used for road maintenance. There's, in transportation world and funding, there are pots of money that can only be used for certain purposes.
Right.
And the pots I'm tapping into cannot be used for road maintenance. So that's probably a great message for you to be able to relay back to the public and some of your constituents.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Supervisor Holland.
Aaron?
Hi.
So I've spoken a bunch about this. I've never been a huge fan of it. Me and Councilman Plummer have had long conversations about this. But if it's something we want to move forward with, I'll be supportive as I can for it and try to get it done correctly. I do have some concerns on the county side. I know we allotted $375. I know there's all kinds of other options in that contract. $375,000 that you talked about. We split it up between the three entities, $125 each. But I'm worried we cannot do all the study stuff without these optional items. And in 4 months or 6 months from now, you guys are back saying, oh, by the way, we need another $100,000. And I understand that it comes out of a pot, but the county has lots of other projects that we could spend that money on for other studies or other things we have to do besides just this. And Blossom does not need to come up here, but I can guarantee if I ask her if she had enough money in her maintenance budget, the answer will be no, because people would never be in here complaining about the roads if we were maintaining them. My other greatest concern about it is, I don't know the answer, is if whatever we're going to call it, is going to economically hurt downtown Sonora. Obviously it's in my district, but the city would be greatly more affected by it. I know there's studies that say it will, there's studies that say it won't. I guess in time we'd figure out which one was right and which one was wrong. But I hate to make a wrong choice and then the owners are worried about it downtown. I know it's a concern, but I would imagine the city council can probably speak. They have a greater contact with those business owners and their concerns. I do have concern that, this project's been around as long as I've been alive. So that's 5 decades, and we haven't got it done in 5 decades.
Supervisor, if I may, I know I haven't been strict on it, but if we can do questions and then we can be able to come back and do discussion and comments.
Okay, we'll do questions then for Jared. So my question would be, do we know the price tag to build this whole thing yet? And I know we still have to pick the location of where it's going to turn out. Has there been a discussion about who will be maintaining this road? And my other question would be, because I think everyone covered most of them, well, you better tell us that the money we put in will get the job done, and we're not going to have this conversation in a couple months that we need more money, because as you stated, our budget problems we're having. And I understand it comes out of special funding pots, but as I stated, we have other projects we can do. Those are my questions.
Okay, so the contract I think is $579. Is that right? Do I have the $540,000? That includes a couple option items, which you yourself said you think the project can't go forward without getting some of those things done. And I kind of agree with you. I was very disappointed that we weren't able to fit those into the budget, but they're in the contract as options. So will I be coming back if the steering committee, supported by the TCTC, feel that certain option items, and some of those option items are just a few $1,000s, some were more expensive, decide that we must have certain things before it can go to the board for a final decision, I will go to the TCTC and, having worked with stakeholders, propose that we move certain option items forward, and here's how we're going to fund it. I hear you loud and clear. Don't come back to the county asking for any more money. We will solve this another way if at all possible. Otherwise, I know the answer when I come to the county, in all likelihood. So, gotcha on that one. Fully understand it. As far as the cost estimate, you look at the cost of a roadway per mile basis and add it up. If we went with original alignment, it'd be somewhere in the neighborhood of about $23 million. But these are kind of order of magnitude cost. This effort will refine that with some engineering behind it and a lot more information and give us a much better number. Now, I'll repeat. When it gets to that construction phase, which is the biggest number, I'm planning on going to the state for that through the Congested Corridor Program that's meant to fund this type of project. But it's critically important that we're able to check all the boxes to make it a priority for the state as well.
I got two more questions to follow up. If they do fund it, is it 100% funding, or will there be matches that we would have to come up with to achieve that? In your past history knowledge, I understand your project's a little different.
In the Congested Corridor Program, they can fund 100% of construction. Sometimes you put other monies forward, and this is kind of new language to you, Blossom and Tamara know it. It's State Transportation Improvement Program. We get allocated a certain amount of money. Right now we have a balance about $4.7 million. That money can be put forward as our contribution, even though it's state money earmarked for us as our contribution to leverage some other funding. I'm kind of thinking we'll be using that more for some of the early phases, like your environmental documentation, but possibly right away, because Congested Corridor Program only pays for construction, but they'll pay 100% of it. Okay. Oftentimes in the negotiating process, you say, we're going to use all of our money on those early phases. If state, you'll pay 100% of the construction, which is kind of what we did at East Sonora Bypass. On East Sonora Bypass, we frankly, I think we built, in exchange for doing the widening on Mono Way, which at the time was 108, I think we spent $7.1 million on that, maybe $7 million. And then they built us a $140 million bypass. That was the unwritten agreement that we had. Those are the things you work out behind the scenes, somewhat behind the scenes. And then I think there's one last thing is maintenance. Again, I think for this project to go forward, in all likelihood, it's going to have to be annexed into the city, and the city deliver the project, and there'll be their maintenance cost.
Okay, do we have the easements to put this road in, or are we going to have to take people's land, or eminent domain, or offer them money, or whatever that trigger is going to be to actually be able to have a location to put the road?
We would have to acquire the property. I don't think we have any right-of-way out there. And again, I know that's an uncomfortable situation for the board to be placed in because it's such a high priority for the city. It makes sense that they would have that burden of trying to acquire that property.
And would that cost be included in that, or is that something additional the county would be burdened because they're essentially all of our properties
Again,
or within our?
Kind of speaking, getting ahead of ourselves and how we're going to pay for things. But if you ask me today, I would say we'd probably want to use our state transportation improvement program funds. So state dollars earmarked for Tuolumne County to do those acquisitions.
Okay. Thanks for my questions.
Appreciate the board and a number of questions I had have been asked too. You mentioned that this was not one specific route, but when it was initially presented, there was scenarios 1 through 7. And so this is reflected in scenario 1, which is effectively with some wiggle room, a defined route. The other scenarios were much larger or different routes, correct? And so there was some early direction limiting like what the scope of this analysis was.
Yeah, I would call it a defined corridor.
Okay, defined corridor. And those scenarios, I know there's been a lot of planning that was drafted in the 2006 study, correct?
Yeah.
That looked at all of those. To my understanding, everything including the, and I wanted confirmation on this, SB1 and all the gas tax funding, the use of VMT is kind of the predominant metric, greenhouse gas emissions, SB 32, all of that. Fire hazard severity maps and CEQA either didn't exist or have all had massive reforms since 2006, which I don't know if it's accompanied into, we chose a scenario, it seemed like, that was designed before those things took effect. Is that fair to say that those routes, those scenarios weren't really vetted along those measures? Say, whether we would like a larger route that interacts less with people or one that is a shorter route that interacts a lot with folks?
CEQA's been around, I think, since the 70s. And as you say, it's been reformed a lot. So it was certainly part of the considerations. SB1, well, Blossom's busy. I think that was I can't remember when it got adopted. But SB1 is basically a funding program. Right. And there's always funding programs, and they're always changing. And there'll be new programs, perhaps, when this project finally gets ready for construction. Hopefully, Congested Corridor program will still be around and providing some funding for us. But there may be a new program. So, in that said, the state has different priorities, and they voice those priorities through things like, they have different documents, their California Transportation Plan and whatnot. So we try and align with those things. So in 2016, we consider everything that's relevant in 2025? No.
Right.
No. But
and I guess what I'm getting at is direction was made on scenario 1 for a scenario that was derived in 2006, when between 2006 and I think 2022 or whenever that decision was made from here, that direction didn't really account for those major changes. I just kind of wanted confirmation. You're right, things do change, but those are big things. Yeah. Related to the cost of not just property acquisition, but the indirect costs of litigation. So that would be eminent domain, any lawsuits with that. As it currently stands, if it's in county right away, it's not within the city, we are solely responsible for the whole cost of seizing properties, property negotiations, and also any lawsuits of anybody from within the county, right? Even though TC may be named, we would be the ones that have to actually force the acquisition.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so. I'd have to talk to legal counsel about that to see. But that was certainly, we don't typically deliver projects through construction and right away. We just don't have the in-house skills. It could be done, but we typically either hand the project off to the city, the county, or Caltrans to build.
Right. And annexation was mentioned. Is there a predefined annexation agreement for any portion of this, whether that is just Greenlee Road, whether that's the section that would be potentially expansion for any of the area that this project's going? So there is no agreement between the city and county whatsoever.
The only thing I've heard is conversation that more conversation would occur in that area, but nothing has been decided at all.
Okay. And I didn't hear an answer to this, but the overall cost estimate. I mean, 2016, it was estimated, I believe, at $23 million. If I missed that, let me know. But what is we've had pretty significant inflation. These projects tend to just get more expensive. I would assume a $23 million project in 2016 might be $40 million at this point.
It may very well be.
Okay.
And when we get done with this effort, we'll have a better number for you.
Okay. And you mentioned that none of this funding basically comes from the special pots of money. Now, like CMAQ and some of these others, I know they all have their own restrictions. You mentioned we can use some of the state-provided money as a local match. Would that local match, not counting the very project-specific, we apply for it, they give it to us, it's only for this project, the local match would presumably be funding we could put to other things within the limitations of those programs, sidewalks, maybe a road program, maybe a staffing, grant staffing, whatever it may be. Is that correct? So I guess the question is, outside of the very specific project funds that are only for this, will there be any staff time, additional costs, local match, which could be going to other local transportation projects?
Yeah, I can't speak to how Blossom has her staff time to participate on our steering committee budgeted. I just can't speak to that.
Sure.
Perhaps she can. If we're talking about the STIP dollars, and can we pay for sidewalks and staff and grants and other things, that money is controlled by the California Transportation Commission.
Mm-hmm.
And they're looking at our regional transportation plan as to set the priorities of where those funds will be spent. And this is how we've set it up, that we're going to spend some of our STIP dollars on the widening in Jamestown 49 project, which I alluded to in the staff report. I'm going to do a presentation on later as in a few weeks or months. And then after that is the Greenlee Road extension as the next priority for those state transportation improvement dollars. We would need to amend the regional transportation plan to bring in some other option as a higher priority.
Okay. So it could, within the regional transportation plan, go to one of those other approved projects.
Yeah, I should probably also point out that these are state dollars, and it's expected that, the state highway system is the priority for those dollars. It just so happens in this instance, because we're relieving congestion on a state highway, we can use it on a parallel route to do so. So
it's not a state highway, though, right?
It's not a state highway, but it benefits the state highway.
And it's not connecting to highways directly?
No.
Right.
Well, in an indirect way, yes.
It is connecting two roads that connect to two state highways, but it's not going from one highway to the next, like the bypass more would have.
That's right.
Okay.
So, but it's eligible.
Yeah.
As for some of those things you said, I would question how eligible they are. Because, again, this funding is prioritized for state highway benefit, and you can only use it for off-system if the Caltrans district says, yeah, we don't have any needs in our highway for those funds.
Okay, great. Okay, so with that, I think we've gone through questions, open it up for any public comment on this item. Any members of the public would like to come up and speak, please do so. You know, the routine, 3 minutes, 1 minute beep. Mayor, good morning. Afternoon.
I'm the last one standing. So, esteemed board, just a few comments. This year, Tuolumne County is 175 years old. Next year, Sonora will be 175 years old. And we're in a static, no-growth situation. Our county, our city, there's nothing going on. And we have this opportunity for growth. We need growth. I mean, I'm listening to this house of no from everywhere. And how do you get growth? How do you get growth without spending? How do you get growth with an aging infrastructure where you can't get from point A to point B? To me, and to our council, I mean, the city of Sonora is all about growth, and you'll hear it from us. I mean, annexation is our middle name. So we are looking to, we will take the responsibility for this road if that's what the county needs. But we also have, we have traffic coming through our city, 25,000 cars a day, a week, whatever it is. They're all going past my house, I think. And they're going at 40 miles an hour, trying to get from point A to point B through a congested city. So this project, would alleviate some of that. I know maybe it's not the perfect solution. I trust TCTC to come up with the perfect solution. I'm not an engineer. I just think that we can't look immediate. We need to look into the future. And this is one project that I think the county and the city would benefit from. Aging myself, I was a citizen of Sonora when the 108 bypass went through. It was going to kill the city. Well, all it did, it seemed to add more traffic. But, you know, the city is still alive and kicking. And we plan to be doing that in the next 175 years. So I would very much encourage you to continue to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment on this item?
And I did have a, I don't know if it,
We're not supposed to in public
Yeah.
comment. Can we wait till it comes back?
Okay.
Okay.
I do have a question that's city related though.
We can, I think, invite her up as an expert witness from the city. That's allowed, I think? I'm not getting a no. Okay, we're going to continue with public comment. If there's any members of the public that would like to speak, going once, going twice. Okay, we will close public comment. I believe Supervisor Campbell, you had a question for the mayor.
Yeah.
And she is not just member of the public, but also a party here. I'm looking at our legal counsel that it's okay. It's legal. Good.
And this may be something that Derek can respond to too. But I'd read a couple of things and I'd seen
Well, we're a
comments,
step closer.
and then I had kind of heard from different people that. So things that I'd read and seen at a couple of city council meetings, and then a couple of other things that I've been told by members of the community is that there's some concern at the city about the route, the proposed route that we're studying with the CIP for Greenlee. Is that true, or is the city wants the route as it's listed?
No, I don't think the city is determined on that route. We realize that they're looking at other potential routes, and I've even heard that it, wouldn't connect with Greenlee. I wouldn't be able to answer that conclusively. But we are looking for a north-south connector to help us with congestion and also with egress and ingress and fire safety. I mean, we had a fire just above Sonora that there was no access to. So these it's just the idea that 150-year-old roads, they need some improvement, they need some connectivity, and I think that it will, enhance the entire area and the county. And we're looking to, the city of Sonora actually would like to work with the county. We are interested in mutual benefit. So, and we're interested in conversation, and we're interested in connectivity. So, give us a chance.
Well, and I guess my issue is that the study the PID study is about one route, right? I mean, it's just the existing route that is planned for, with minor changes.
I hate to use the word route because that starts to make it sound like it's locked in. One corridor, maybe you could say, or one area.
Right. And so that's my concern, is that I'm hearing from the city that they're not really happy with the pathway. Obviously there can be changes depending on people's property lines, that kind of thing, but that it connects roughly at one place on Parrots Ferry Road and directly at the end of Greenlee Road. If we're not agreeing on that, then why should we continue with the PID?
Yeah. You may be alluding to some comments that came up during a meeting with many of the top stakeholders, including some county and city staff, whereby the city manager raised concerns about kind of bigger strategies and interest in looking at western alignments and eastern alignments. And I think there was a lack of awareness of longer term planning in our regional transportation plan, and also in the county's general plan. There are other connecting routes like Kalamazoo Road extending over to Phoenix Lake Road in the Hess Avenue area. Fur Avenue connecting up and perhaps going around the east side of the Greenlee Basin, connecting with future Greenlee Road. I'm not sure she was fully aware of those longer-term plans that are already in the county general plan and the regional transportation plan. She also had a lot of ideas about other improvements to Mono Way and Greenlee intersection and possible roundabouts and different things. And after some discussion, I believe there was an understanding that the city did support, indeed, looking at this with the understanding that there is a long-term vision for other connections, other connectivity, including potential western bypasses of Sonora to deal with trucks.
Then there was, but this is recent that they've agreed that this project initiation
I think we met
document
in
is
July or
just
so
going
and
to
had
be
that
about-
conversation.
Okay, because I've heard different things from different folks that I
Yeah,
talked to about.
you know, and a project like this is going to be that way, where people have a lot of different ideas. There's a lot of conversation that goes on, and that's why we have a steering committee to kind of vet these things and and keep going forward.
Right, but what I'm saying is the project initiation document is just about that one route.
Yeah.
And so if
The
we're
city
not-
supports it.
Okay, all right.
I can give comments. Supervisor Gruber.
Oh, no, I just, thank you for the mayor to be here, but there was a comment made that this is about growth, and then it was equal to fire, road, and bypass, and I'm not really sure how growth plays into this unless they annex the property and then they continue to grow, and if they annex that property, then we lose that amount. So I don't know, this is like it sounds like we're doing all the heavy lifting. It sounds like for some reason going from the meeting on the 13th to now that the county is doing all the heavy lifting. If the city wanted to have this and they're looking at growth and stuff, then they should just maybe move forward on the annex portion of that, start that negotiation with us. But that's down the road. So I'm more confused now about this whole thing than I was when I sat down here of what we're actually discussing. Are we discussing continue to support this program? Are we discussing continue to put money into this program? What is it? What is it exactly? It's a presentation. We've had the presentation. Then what? Now what?
If I may respond, this is just a presentation. It's an information item to make you aware of the project. Clearly, you've kind of gotten a broader perspective on not only what I see as the project, but some of the concerns in the community. Hopefully, you'll continue to support the project, at least through the project initiation document phase, keep giving us input, engage the process, so that at the end of the process, you have all the information that you feel is necessary to make a decision on if the project should go forward or not. And you're not going to get all those answers today.
No, and I appreciate that. And again, that's why I said it's presentation. The only other thing I want to stop taking your material. The only thing that I want to say is in your key stakeholders here, I think one aspect here is that you're missing is law enforcement. I think that we should have discussion with at least somebody from the Highway Patrol, since it's going to be their jurisdictional. Should it not be annexed? And then if it does get annexed, then the city of Sonora, because the thing we keep hearing is it's fire, fire, fire. And if you ever directed traffic, you understand that the first rule of traffic control goes right out the window as soon as you start traffic control. So what I would do is I would encourage that we add in the people that are going to enforce these routes and what have you, because they'll have a different perspective. And you're right, there's certain roads where you won't. What's going to happen, I guess where I'm going with this is what happens when this bypass goes through, and I know that's not the term, this route goes through, and you get a logging truck that jackknifes as it does at Tuttletown or at the sun, things like that. So I would just make sure that we fold in the people that are going to have to pick up the pieces when people don't pay attention.
I appreciate that input. We'll do that.
Okay. I'll go through these. I didn't support this the first time around. It's probably not going to be any surprise. I've tried to be open with some of the comments, and I'll go through really quick. The trucks not taking the grade is a huge concern. My buddy's got a Bronco. When he stops that Bronco near your guys' office there, going up towards the library, it stalls if he's not careful. So I'm not even worried just going up to the hospital from 108 and 108, but the other side too. There's a lot of steep areas that I would see even cars and manuals stalling, much less semis. That route is hospitals, schools, libraries, and government services. A lot of that is coming from Sonora, which means it's a left turn. So that makes a very big concern to me of any traffic improvement or traffic increases. And there's already 2 lights. So I'm worried about 3 lights if you count the other one. And some type of situation where you have, like in Jamestown, lights that are close together in an area that's congested creates a larger problem. I think scenario 4 was always, to me, much more interesting if we're looking at growth and we're looking at trying to open up more land and follow the terrain. Scenario 4 was one. There was another that followed up to Sawmill Flat. Part of the reason I brought up SB1 and VMT, connecting 2 highways directly makes more sense to me, and there's more funding availability than I think used to exist. I am greatly worried that, as you mentioned, I think the county is carrying the burden on this. We are going to, it's like, how long would this be? What's asked right now? This is some of the planning stuff. The moment it goes from planning to development, we are going to have to, and I don't know how many parcels that would be required approximately in the acquisition. I'm just going to throw out 70. Might be 100. I have no idea. We're going to face lawsuits, eminent domain proceedings en masse for years. This would be something that will be a weight around the county to continue and have to have our confidence in it and our partners for years. I'm sure, I don't know how long Monoway took or the bypass. I remember it ran out of money as part of the project. It was right behind my dad's house. Things like that happen. I'm worried it would be a similar type thing. I'm not clear really what it accomplishes if it's not taking the truck traffic. I'm worried that there is no funding agreement, as mentioned. Like any roads we've built, any new housing, we've created funding agreements since, I think, 1985. This would be another major arterial, our highest priority for maintenance, which means that money comes from local road funding, and there is no funding mechanism. And I also, very frankly, don't completely trust in a discussion about annexation that this would be about a project which benefits the city, that the city would be contributing into to support, and would not be used in an ongoing project as a tactic to annex for other purposes and to leverage property tax agreements that are more favorable, or in some way use the county's charity and beneficence, I guess, trying to come in and say, we're going to work on downtown traffic for another jurisdiction as a way to basically force us into annexation agreements so that the city can, quote unquote, grow. And they have places still to grow. We don't have an annexation agreement with them. And so right now I can only go off of, we're paying the whole thing. We're paying for the bag, everything except for the funds coming down and a little bit of planning funds. We're going to carry most of the weight politically, most of the financial weight, most of the litigation weight. Also, TCTC and the county are both in, to my understanding, financially tight times. I think it's a valid concern about capacity. Kind of moving forward, I think it will pull from other projects, whether it's funding or staffing. Anyway, I think that's most of it. So for that, I'm not opposed to a project. I would like to see, I feel like we haven't looked at that east-west direct connector, which I think was scenario 4 and 6. I don't know that we looked initially, brought up a north-south connector. Jamestown Road is an example that there were other bypasses. And these developments of arterials, I still also think tend to not be a fantastic way for evacuations. Arterials tend to get congested, which is part of the problem. So anyway, those are just my comments.
If anybody else has anything to say, I have a
Supervisor
idea on how to kind of bring it home. So where I'm struggling is that we initiated this discussion about reigniting the north-south connector back in December 2021, and then we entered into the agreement with the city TCTC about the PID in 2022. And since then, we haven't really had progress, and my concern is that the moment has passed us by where we could make substantial movement on this. And so I was going to ask our Public Works Director to kind of go into the regional traffic mitigation funds and how those can be used, but I think that should be a conversation for another time. But the good news is that not a lot of those funds that we have set aside have been spent, and so a lot of that money is still sitting there. And so I would kind of be interested in communicating with TCTC and the city about what we want to do with the PID, and then also bringing Blossom into the conversation about use of the regional traffic mitigation funds that are set aside for this. So I'm trying to avoid giving direction, but I'm just kind of looking to see if board members think that's a good idea.
I didn't quite understand because I know that there's funding set aside. Would you be saying redirect that to conversations with Public Works?
Yes, understanding.
To continue?
So we are using the regional traffic mitigation funds to back up our share of the PID. Not a lot of that money has been spent up to this point, so that's good. And looking at whether we want to reallocate that somewhere else instead of.
So I support that. I think that's a great idea. So should we just agendize an item to decide whether or not we wish to continue in this partnership? Because that's really that's what you're saying without saying it. I mean, in a good way. I mean, I get where you're going with. I'm just saying. So I think we're at the point where
this is presentation only, but I was trying not to give very clear direction on that.
Well, I think it's appropriate, Supervisor, if the board wants to give direction to staff, so long as you're not taking any action today and
So
giving
that would be
specific direction of what your final determination would be. I think you're all right when you're in the general topic area of this.
So I agree with Supervisor Griefer. That would be my direction, is to bring this back as an item to open the discussion with TCTC, bring Public Works in the conversation about how these funds are being used. Is that clear?
Yeah, and if we wish to continue forward with this project as the county partner, right?
This part of the project.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. I'm just restricting it to the PID because the broader topic of the project could entail other things. So.
Well, I think it's a helpful conversation because we have Supervisor District 1 as a key stakeholder, also on TCTC, but with another board member, and then we have a 5, obviously, person board to kind of to bring those conversations together. I am not anti-transportation projects, but there are just too many things that I can't see myself. I wasn't in support when it first came in 3 years or 2 years. I haven't had any factual things presented that I think address some of these concerns that are still a lot of liability, a lot of cost, a lot of traffic issues, and not a lot of county benefit that I can see. And I don't have confidence that all the partners are committed equally and taking on that burden and sharing it. So in terms of it, I would support bringing back the planning funds, but we've already used a portion of them to kind of restart this. I feel like might be we need another to replenish that. But as far as just reallocating them in options, I think that makes a lot of sense. I don't see any way that I can support this with where we're at and all of those issues without major things changing. And I also don't know that we want to put in a ton of extra money to do more planning with this. So it's kind of an impasse. I think that planning moment also passed. We had the money there. We could have looked at things and, anyway.
Sure.
Supervisor Holland.
So does my district or whatever, I do hear what the city's saying, and I have gone to their board meetings, and I have stated this on the record. Annexation is not growth. It's one person gets more of the exact same amount of pie. And what we need to do is grow the pie, not just cut it up differently, because their growth is our subtraction. And so I always think we can work together with the city and grow together, both of us. So I think I hear what you guys are saying. I think maybe 2 of us and our CAO should sit down with a couple of them and have a conversation about the things like Jaron has brought up about who's going to take care of if this is going to go through, who's going to take care of acquiring the property, the cost of it, and all that. Because we all know our budget situation, which we're going to have a conversation here shortly, it's not overflowing. So I agree with what you guys are saying. I think we should also have a conversation with them so we understand the further piece out, and if it's something maybe they're truly interested in tackling themselves because they see the benefit in it, that maybe provide a pathway for that, but at least have the conversation and see what their thoughts are on it. Because it doesn't harm us nothing to have that conversation and have a better, clearer picture of what's going on. And I think it's the right thing to do as we talk about partnerships, right? To see where they're at with it. Like whoever wants to do that, we can sit and talk to them, and because I think that's a bigger part that Jaron brought up, like, we even if we got the planning done, what's the point of paying for the planning if we're really not gonna move forward the next step, right? I mean, I've hammered on that on some other stuff. If that funding's not gonna be there, why are we gonna do that and continue on? So I like what you guys are saying, and I think we should also include having a conversation with them about that.
I just mentally clipped that comment.
Yeah,
Did council have a?
I was just going to mention that these are the types of things you can direct staff to come back to have a full discussion on before you engage in too much of that here.
Yeah. And we do have the ability, I mean, there's the stakeholder meetings here. The chair has the authority, to my understanding with our policies, to form an ad hoc committee. I do agree, I think it should be 2 supervisors. Right now it's 1. If the mayor and city council, same as TC brings 2, it should be 2. But basically having some conversations, it doesn't have to be a formal recommendation, but I like the idea.
So what I would say is that if we, rather than go into the details about that now, but we provide direction to, 1, go over the remaining regional traffic mitigation funds, and then 2, that we we broaden that discussion about who and in what situation we're going to communicate with the city and TCTC. Is that?
I agree.
Okay.
Does that sound like we have consensus on that? So
Yes.
the remaining planning funds would come back with a probably recommendation of how to move forward, and I think there would be basically a discussion between the county and the city and TCTC. That could be our 2 TCTC supervisors, or whatever you would prefer.
I don't think, no offense to TCTC, this probably needs to be a county-city conversation, because the things we're gonna be talking about are the things about that TCTC's not involved with acquiring property or getting, eminent domain and all that.
I have a great idea. How about we voluntold Mike to do that and pull together that meeting, because I think it's a great idea.
All right, and again, just reminding you, I don't think you want to get too far down the road of deciding how and what you're going to do along those lines. Today was just a presentation of this, and I think it's within the scope of that presentation to talk about what your comments would be and what you would like staff to bring back, but I would caution against making too many formal decisions on anything in the current action item.
Can I say, how about the board support to basically engage in conversations is where I was going. Supervisor Kirk?
I just want to be clear, are you going to go engage in conversation now, or are we going to put something on the agenda to give direction? Because
I say we just agendize it.
let's put it on the agenda, because we've met with the city before, and conversations, we can have all the conversations we want, unless it's in the MOU or contract. I think we're wasting our time. So I would like it to come back so we can discuss it further as far as how that conversation will
and I was going to add to that is that Supervisor Campbell and I have already met with the city on a couple different things. So, that's something we've got that line of communication open. Mike's already part of that process, so that's 3 of us engaged that we can talk about at a later date. So.
And I've been engaged with the city on this too, though I've never been in those direct negotiations.
And just to be clear, not at the same time.
No, not at the same time.
At the same time.
So point being is, I think that the idea was it's a discussion, fact-finding, give it a little push, see what's going to happen, to then bring back for a discussion. That's my understanding, so I don't think we need to probably formally recommend that at all. Follow your heart. Great. It sounds like we've got consensus on bringing back an item for the planning funds, and then just doing whatever we feel like until then. Is that direction clear?
No, so this discussion that we're trying to have now, we agendize it and then have it later, and then we can provide direction. So I think if we just end it there, then we're good.
Good. All right. I'm going to assume that's consensus. So saith. All right. There we go. So with that, I know it's a little bit late. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Probably be working with staff to find a time at a future date. I know that we are late, so let's call lunch until 2 p.m. We'll be returning back. We have basically our last item. We do not have a closed session, which is going to be our budget item from our 10 a.m. appointment on that. So, all right. Meeting is adjourned or recessed until 2 p.m. All right. So with that, if we can have the board clerk please read our 10 a.m. appointment.
10 a.m. Public hearing to adopt Resolution 79-25, approving the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget with personnel recommendations as outlined in the budget document, approve the classification, bargaining unit assignment, and pay range listing, updated capital projects lists, the appropriation limit, computation method, and resulting limit as recommended by the county auditor/controller.
It's that time of year to hear GAN limit again. Please take it away.
Okay, Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office and Sean Cole with the County Administrator's Office. We are here for quite the culmination of a lot of months of work. So today we'll be asking your board to approve the adopted budget and then all of the associated attachments. Of course, your county auditor controller is here as well. And just as a reminder, if your board directs any changes today, we will need some time to go back to adjust the documents, the GAN limit, potentially the resolution, and then come back for your board's final approval. Okay, so the summary, this is the summary of the budget compared by fund overall, I'm sorry, the fund summaries from last year's adopted to this year's adopted. So you can see skipping down just a couple lines, the governmental funds, and that encompasses the general fund. You can see there's an increase from last year to this year of $33 million, but really that's a reflection of because we created the new sheriff fund specifically. It's an increase of transfers out of the general fund to that new fund, but it's not like it's an actual growth in the budget. Just want to be clear about that. Enterprise funds have gone down slightly from last fiscal year, and then the internal service funds also have gone down a little bit, and that's in part because we use fund balance for mandated costs for insurance and workers' comp. So those budgets are just slightly less. And then the general fund, the overall reduction, just going back above the top, the overall reduction to the general fund is because we also created that new grants fund. And so the Master Stewardship Agreement program, the Forest Health Program, as well as the home hardening and CWDG grants that are quite large from OES, those are all moved out of the general fund now. So that's why you see a reduction in the general fund from last year to this year.
The next slide is just a visual representation of the adopted budget last year versus this year. And as you can see here in this pie chart, the big differences you see on the right for this year, the creation of the sheriff funds and the grants fund, and then the reduction in the general funds with those funds being taken out. And then you can just see the other ones. Not huge change, but there are some changes in there.
And this is just contingencies by fund for your board's awareness to know that, we talk a lot about general fund contingencies, but a lot of other funds also have contingencies for emergency situations. And so our road fund has 1.3 million, public health has 800,000, behavioral health, social services. I just want to mention public health, behavioral health, social services. So they are doing a good job of maintaining some healthy contingencies. There are some unknowns looking ahead into the future about what funding will look like for those departments, as well as what obligations they will have as far as providing services. And so it's always good to know that they have contingencies, but that the reality is they are having to be very diligent about, being very careful about their funding and what they're obligating to as far as like staff and other things. Our road construction fund also has contingencies in there, and then ambulance, and then our solid waste. And just as a reminder, ambulance and solid waste, those are enterprise funds, and so they operate similar to a business, and so that funding comes from the charges that they get for their services they provide.
This slide is just a summary of the board direction from last week on the 15th, what your board decided to do. So you decided to use the $776,000 that was the fund balance for the fire fund, to not keep it there as contingencies, but instead to use it for for operations, and to reduce the general fund transfer out to county fire by that same amount. You also approved all the requested personnel changes. In terms of the TOT allocation policy change concept, you directed that to be talked about in the Finance Committee, and then the Finance Committee would then bring that before the board for possible implementation for fiscal year 26-27. And then also you decided to appropriate the remaining $574,000 of general fund balance into general fund contingencies.
All right, so this is just the update of how general fund balance is being used. So remember, the actual fund balance this year was just about $6.3 million, and so 500,000 of that is going toward reserves. 500,000 is going toward capital projects and large maintenance projects. 518,000 is going toward the Yaney Courthouse elevator repayment. 362,000 of that is going toward the purchase of the chip seal machine, with the rest of that coming from the American Rescue Plan funding, what's left over there. 16,000 is budgeted of that fund balance toward the county's match toward the response of the TCU September Lightning Complex fire, specifically 6-5. And just as a reminder, that represents 6.25% of our anticipated costs. If the county's match ends up being more than 6.25%, that portion is not budgeted, but I would imagine that'd be something that we would use contingencies for. And so that leaves a total of $76,713 of fund balance that is being used toward ongoing operations. And remember, at the recommended budget, it was about $1.2 million. And then contingencies now is budgeted at $4.3 million, general fund contingencies.
This just shows the changes for each fund and the positions. So in the general fund, between the adopted budget last year and this year, we saw a drop of 22 positions. The road fund saw an increase in 3. Public health fund saw a decrease in 6. Behavioral health fund saw a decrease in 3. Social services saw a decrease in 3 as well. Sheriff fund saw an increase of 1. Purchasing, decrease of 1.5. And then total positions, a decrease of about 31. And we also saw a decrease in the grant funded position from 21 down to 14. That was primarily in public health. A number of grant funded positions were eliminated.
All right, and every year at the adopted budget time, we like to circle back to your board's current budget policies and talk about how this budget aligns with your board's policies. And we use the term pass and fail, but I realize that might be a little misleading. Just so you know, what that means is, did we either achieve your board's budget policy or did we fail to achieve? That's what the lingo means. So first one, the biggest, balance annual operating budgets without the use of one-time revenues. That references without the use of fund balance. That's what your board's budget policy currently is. Remember, you have that provision in there about using 50% of the annual average, or the 10-year annual average, but you've directed to work toward removing that. So technically, we fail that budget policy because we're using $76,000 of fund balance. So, you know, pretty close, but not quite. We can always do more. So the second one is to dedicate unobligated available beginning fund balances to establishing contingencies, paying off debt, increasing reserves, funding our future liabilities, and then capital equipment, plant, infrastructure, and other one-time needs. And so that is currently how you're using fund balance, except for that $76,000. You're using it for these kinds of things. I do want to remind you, I think we talked about it at the last meeting, but there is $500,000 in this budget in the post-retirement medical fund, internal service fund, going toward paying down our PERS unfunded liability, so like an extra payment. And then the third budget policy is to budget non-earmarked general fund contingencies at not less than 1%. And I did add this in this year. This is something that we will officially modify as a part of the budget policy update. But so normally it said contingencies should be 1% of the general fund, but we added in sheriff and fire. Sheriff and county fire this year, because both of those funds also, of course, rely heavily on contributions from the general fund. And so we felt like it was important to incorporate that when we're calculating the contingency amount. And so it should be, with those other funds added, it should be about 1.1 million. And of course, it's at 4.3 million. So you've far exceeded your policy on that.
Next one just talks about our general reserves, and the target is 7% of the total operating budget for the governmental funds minus the capital budgets. And the goal is to also set aside at least $500,000 annually to reserves until it's fully funded. So that 7% target right now would be almost $16 million. And with the $500,000 in the budget now going towards reserves for this year, that would put us at $6 million. Which is only 2.6%. So this is one where we're far from the goal that we've set for ourselves in that area. The next one is striving towards fully funding future liabilities in the following areas. So workers' comp, liability insurance, post-retirement, medical, and also PERS, paying down the future liability. So we have a pass on that. Next one, approve changes to personnel only during the development of the adopted budget of each year, except when adding positions that are exclusively grant funded. We have a pass on that. Also pass for prioritize funding based on board established priorities and objectives.
I do just want to mention on that one, admittedly, this year has been different than in the past, in that we haven't had, your board did not have the opportunity to have like a strategic planning session around like what your priorities are for the year. But obviously you were very clear in your direction about departments that should make cuts and departments that should not make cuts. And so when we look at prioritizing funding based on your board's established priorities, clearly you prioritized public safety and recreation and library departments. And so they, for the most part, did not make cuts. They certainly did not have any service reductions. And so in that sense, that's why we said that there was a pass here. Okay, and then lastly, strive to provide funding to adequately maintain existing plant and infrastructure. Our interim county administrator, Root, mentioned this when we were talking earlier about the Tuolumne Parks and Rec District item. The reality is a lot of our plant and infrastructure is and it includes buildings and our roads. As you know, there's a lot of opportunity, we'll say. And so, you know, while it's nice that we are consistently putting money at least toward capital improvements and deferred maintenance projects, you know that there's pretty significant needs here. Next is to continue an active long-term capital improvement program. So this is something that we have not had in place for many, many years. I think the last one was 2016, I believe. But we do have a little bit of funding set aside in the capital budget for an internal capital improvement or something, and this is something that we've spoken with your Public Works Director about, that she is interested in with her team doing an internal sort of, it's certainly not going to be the full comprehensive thing that you might get from hiring a consultant, but it's also not going to cost that either. And so she feels confident, and I completely agree and support that we could get pretty far in identifying what our biggest needs are and helping to prioritize those. And so there is some funding in there for that. And then matching specific state and federal funding reductions with commensurate cuts in specific program expenses. And so we did say this is a fail this year. Your board is fully aware, of course, but SAFER is a federal program. It's a federal grant. And of course, you all know that program or that grant is going away in March, or it expires in March, and you have opted to make no cuts to fire this year. And so all of the 5 fire engines, two of which are covered by SAFER, are all funded in the budget this fiscal year. And then lastly, the budget team. Admittedly, things have been a little different this year with budget team, but we have strived to keep the team engaged and moving forward and collaborative and creative. And so we continue to utilize the team for their expertise and their ideas. And so we continue to, as we put our budget presentations together, and we continue to meet as a team. And so that has been something that is still a huge commitment from our office as we are charged with developing the budget, relying on that budget team. And so that still is action that happens.
So in terms of what comes next after today, November, we will be doing an updated trends and projections presentation. We've done this a couple times in the past since at least I've been here. So this will incorporate actuals from last fiscal year. And then in December, we want to have a comprehensive budget policy update. So all these policies we just went over, we want to go over all of them and see, do we want to change anything? Does this look right? And then in January to have an updated financial strategy. You could call this a multi-year plan. That would be part of it for sure, but the idea of how should the county be allocating its resources towards the needs that are out there, whether it's paying down liabilities, whether it's bargaining, whether it's deferred maintenance, that sort of thing, to have an actual strategy that the public knows about and that the board is committed to pursuing.
All right, so here we go. It's recommended that the board adopt all of the budget actions contained in the budget document. And of course, that document is available online. There's also an interactive report that you can kind of click through and see any specific department that you want, any specific revenues. You can get down to every single nearly 3,500 line items as a part of this budget. And then, of course, also included are all of the attachments. And so all of the personnel attachments that your board, or all of the personnel actions that your board has approved, and those are in A, B, C, and D. And then all of the capital projects projects, and that would be county capital in attachment E, and then our road capital projects in attachment F. The appropriation limit computation method, that's the GAN limit, and that's in attachment G, and then the resolution is in attachment H. There you go.
Okay, great. It's okay, bring it back to the board for any questions, and we can do public comment and then do discussion, if that's fine with everybody. So open it up specifically for questions from the board on the item here. All right, I got a couple questions. So I want to ask, one of the things in the capital plan there, I think we've talked about it a few times, I wasn't aware that it was approved, but it's the second floor break room issue that's come up every year. So that's allocated in here. I wanted to ask why that's included as opposed to some of the other capital projects. I was also curious about the museum front entrance as well. So that combined is, it's about $150,000.
So the museum front entrance is something that has been actually deferred for a couple years now, and it's getting to the point where it's becoming a safety issue for users or people who go there. There's some pretty significant work that needs to be done to make that safe. So that's why. And just to clarify, these projects we didn't update really significantly any. We didn't change any of the capital projects from adopted to recommended. So at recommended, we all met as a team, and that was Roger and I with Blossom and the facilities team, and we all kind of looked at what are the highest priority needs for our county buildings. That's how we came up with the list.
And that's what I asked with the break room, because I thought we've had this come up, and we've had that as recommended and not voted it through. To my knowledge, and so it's kind of coming.
It was included on the capital list. It recommended, and it was approved.
Okay.
I will admit the $50,000 that's in there is just, we haven't gotten any estimates. There's some issues with where the plumbing is located and where the break room could potentially be located, because ultimately it's not even so much a break room as it's a sink specifically that the team needs. We did. Between recommended and adopted, we all got together again and went through the list again of projects just to confirm, is there anything we wanted to change or take out or add in instead. That one in particular we did discuss because of your board's direction about moving folks out of rented space into leased space. We have a feeling, or more than a feeling, that there will be even more need for some sort of sink situation on the second floor, because there will be more staff coming to this building than are here currently, and there is no, remember the biggest issue with the sink is an ability to wash dishes for staff who bring their lunches.
We have more staff coming in, but there's been significant reductions on that floor in the offices over the past 3 years also. There's about half the number of employees down there, I believe, that used to be 5 years ago.
Near that. If you're talking specifically in the treasurer's office, but there's
revenue
also
recovery.
But then we also have the clerk and the auditor's office that are on the second floor. And again, we will likely have other staff that will be added to the second floor as a result of moving out of leased spaces. So.
And I wanted to ask about road funding too. I brought this up at last, but my understanding is this budget does have the maintenance of effort and the standard amounts we put in, but it doesn't have any additional allocations.
That is correct.
Okay, and the past few years, it was partly ARPA, partly LATF, partly fund balance. But to my knowledge, every year for the last 4 years, we have put in, I don't know if we have those numbers, but it was about $1 million, I thought, additional road funding to achieve trying to get one road per year. I know we looked that up and I couldn't find it specifically in the priorities. I know we repeated it a bunch. So just to confirm, there is not anything additional going into the road fund for additional road projects.
That's correct, and you're absolutely right.
Except for the paver machine.
That's right. Yeah, the chip seal. Yeah, the additional funding that went to road projects the last 4-ish years exactly was one-time funding from American Rescue Plan and LATCF, which is a part of that, or fund balance. And you'll recall, of course, at the recommended budget there was conversation about including Big Hill as a part of that, and then that was requested not to be included. So. Yeah, it's the maintenance of effort, and then it's the chip seal this year. Yep.
Okay, great. Those are my only questions. Are there any other questions on the board? Supervisor Kirk?
I just have one. On attachment E, it shows county capital projects, but then it lists Highway 108, the transitional housing, almost to the tune of $2 million. When I'm looking at a $6.7 million budget, I'm just curious, why are those included as capital projects?
So those are the capital improvement, sorry, that's where we account for the capital improvements that we would be making to those facilities. We capitalize that in the capital fund. I'll defer to Donnie a little bit on the
Even though
importance of-
their state money's covering all that?
Yeah, and so if you
Okay.
look at that attachment, you can see the revenue source in all of those columns, and so you can see that ERF is the revenue source for those specific projects. So that's the encampment resolution funds, the
You
grant
said that was in
fund.
a different attachment?
In attachment E.
E, okay.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Supervisor Campbell?
Thank you, Liz. So you said there were no cuts to fire. What was so you're talking about taking fund balance out. You don't interpret that as a cut, the $780,000 that's being pulled from fire back into contingencies?
What I said was there's no cuts to service.
Service, okay. Well, in the future,
That's a different conversation for your board to make. Yes, absolutely.
okay,
But,
because I just
yeah,
don't. I don't want the public to come away with the impression that we have fully funded fire, because we know that there's going to be funding challenges in the future. You mentioned with Safer Grant. And so what we're doing is we're making sure that we take the money that fire has for the future and put that into contingencies for presumably something else. So to me, that is a cut. I don't see how we could pretend that that's not. And then Supervisor Brandon asked, there's no money in there for road projects, but we have money in there for a new piece of equipment. How are we going to fund that piece of equipment if we're not putting any money in for projects?
Say more about that. I'm sorry. What do you mean?
So we bought a chip sealer that's budgeted, but we did not budget any money to use the chip sealer.
You mean like materials?
Yeah, materials, projects. So how is it that new chip sealer going to be funded? The operation of the chip sealer.
So we do have a line item in our road maintenance budget for maintenance materials, paving materials. And so we'll be using that to feed the new equipment. In addition, we expect to start receiving funding from TCTC again after they get their audits squared away. And a lot of that money can often be used for maintenance treatments like chip seals and paving.
But until we get that money, that chip sealer is not going to be used,
It will.
presumably.
It will, yeah.
So how is it going to be funded?
I have a line item for maintenance materials
Okay.
in my road maintenance budget.
Well, how much is that line item?
I'd have to double check. It usually runs about $200,000 to $250,000.
Okay. Because see,
And
when
then-
I
and
think
that's
about a
just for ma-
project,
sorry.
you're thinking in the $500,000 to, much higher than that range. I know chip sealing's a lot cheaper, but, $200,000 for a chip sealer is not going to get you very far.
That's just for the materials. The labor is accounted for in our normal labor budget.
Right.
And so we can make 200 go a long way with the chip seal machine.
Okay, so things like the chip sealer and the paver, they could be used like to do some of these projects we were talking about earlier. Because this is where I'm confused, is that we have a paver now, we have a chip sealer that we've budgeted for. I had asked for money for a specific road project, and then that was taken out. And so we can't do that road project now, or can we do that road project? So is there money to run this equipment on that specific project or not?
I don't have $450,000 to pave Big Hill. What I have in my maintenance budget is enough to do some smaller projects that we had in mind. We're looking at doing a couple of roads out in Columbia, a couple of roads up in Twainhart, Longeway, kind of Mona Vista area. We've got a list of some smaller projects that we're looking that we can fund with our existing maintenance budget. Until we start receiving funding from TCTC again, or we get one-time funds from the board, we don't have the funding to do a major paving project.
What's special about a major paving project?
The dollar amount.
That they cost
Yeah.
more?
Yeah.
Well, you can do a portion of it.
So the materials, I'd have to look again. We're about $150,000 a mile on Big Hill. So that would eat up a significant portion of the
Well,
budget. Again, after,
The point is that we have this expensive equipment, we have staff to run it, but we are only planning on using it on very small projects, which makes me think that we probably won't be using that equipment very frequently.
when TCTC resumes giving us our RSTP and other allocations each year, when their audits are done, we will have a significant increase in the amount of maintenance work we can do. We have not received that money for the last couple of years, which has had a big impact on our maintenance budget.
Okay. But my point is that we're not setting any additional money aside in our budget for the kind of projects that our community expects.
That would be up to you folks.
So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with that.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
And then, have we put anything, I realize we have $4.3 million in contingencies. Why do we have so much in contingencies? I mean, typically we would put $1 million in there. I think our policy is like $1.5 million. Why do we have $4.3 million in contingencies?
Because that's what your board directed.
Okay. Well, I mean, is there any plan on what to use that for?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, you know, it's for things that come up that are unplanned for. I think, you know, let me back up a little bit. The reason why contingencies is so much higher this year, in part, is because at mid-year, your board directed pretty significant budget cuts, and which equaled about, I think it was around $2.5 million, something like that. And so, $2 million, gosh, I'm misremembering now, which is embarrassing. So the entirety of those cuts, your board directed to put that in contingencies last fiscal year. And then, of course, that just rolls over into this current fiscal year as a part of fund balance. So there was much more in contingencies last year than, say, what we've had in the past. Because you're right, it's usually around $1 million. 1.1 is your board's budget policy this year.
So I guess my question then, of the rhetorical sort, would be if we're claiming that we don't have money for things like the park, things like, you know, the youth center to rehire there, the one in Tuolumne has been closed for a long time, don't have money for road projects, why are we I mean, we have this contingencies that we're not spending on these things. Why are we parking so much money in contingencies if we're not going to spend it on, if we're pretending like we don't have any money for these other things?
I mean, ultimately, these are decisions for your board.
I mentioned it was a
yeah, okay.
rhetorical kind of question, so I'm not expecting too much. And then last question is, so we cut staffing pretty significantly here, 22 fewer positions. So we have 22 fewer employees. Have we cut any county programs or any services that the county provides?
I don't know for sure. I'm trying to think. I'd have to sort of go through off the top of my head. A lot of the work has just been absorbed by other staff. I'll be straight up with you about that.
Okay. So we have fewer staff that are picking up the slack for the ones that are gone. Have we set aside any COLA for those staff that are picking up the slack? Anything to help the employees that now have to do double duty?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk?
Well, I don't know if this is a question or statement, but I believe part of our board's intention was to take some of that and update our budget policy, as Supervisor Brennan recommended, to potentially pay off debts and liabilities, because we didn't want to use those funds to do ongoing things, which kind of got us into this process. And then as far as COLA, I mean, we all negotiate behind closed doors. We know what we're trying to do. So I kind of feel like, I don't know what we're doing here by saying, it's like pitting the board against the organization when we know what we're trying to do behind closed doors for the organization, if I'm making sense, regarding bargaining, negotiating. So it's just, I feel like we're kind of getting into a game again, Ryan. And I think we can be above that and do the budget and keep doing the work that needs to be done. I'll leave it at that.
Just a reminder, we're still going through in the questions period. I plan to have public comment and then be able to bring it back to the board for discussion too. Are there additional questions? Supervisor Holland?
Hello? Do we know the cost of the fire cleanup yet?
Thank you. No, we do not.
And let's say it exceeds,
mean debris-
I'm gonna guess
debris-
it's gonna be more than
debris
$16,000 if I had to take a random
Yeah,
guess.
so that $16,000 is just the fire response during kind of the week and a half or whatever, when we had the EOC operating, the shelter, all of those costs that we incurred, the sheriff's department and the debris management. Yeah, I think from Monday's slide, it was anywhere in the range of, I think it was like $450 to like $1.7 million is what we could potentially be on the hook for. And that's just our share of cost.
So let's assume
Assuming the
it's
state-
high side, $1.5 million, $1.7 million.
Yeah.
Would that money come out of the contingency fund to cover that cost?
That would be our recommendation, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and these are a few, maybe just specific ones. Well, that's about and specifically the reason I'm nitpicking into these is I think it's really important that we have a disciplined approach to roads, that we're putting extra in every year, so trying to find where we might be able to trim some. The question is on it's the recorder modernization, specifically printing and office expenses, went up reasonably substantial, each to about, I think, $10,000 or $15,000. I know a lot of changes have obviously happened with that department, but why office expense and printing would go up substantially, I wanted to ask about that. And then it looked like another one was in IT revenues. It was, let me see, I've got it up right here. Charges for service, and I believe this would be the A87s primarily, was like 2024, 1.1 million. In 2025 was 1.45 million. This upcoming year in recommended and adopted is 1.3, so it went down $150,000. I would assume that our A87s, the rates not changed, and we still have pretty much most of the uses why that's dropped substantially instead of growing.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch which fund you were referring to on the A87 one.
This would be under information technology.
And the internal service fund?
No, this is under government funds, information technology. Yep, charges for service. I don't know that it's an A87. I'm assuming it's an A87.
Oh.
But it is specifically, I think 479028, but charges for services under information technology.
Yeah, I think, and honestly, I can let. Yeah.
And in the government funds for the budget page, it's page 61.
So on the IT one, and thank you, Wendy, for confirming my hunch. So the revenue and the charges for service in IT is direct charges that IT charges, specifically Health and Human Services. There are less staff, there is less charges.
Okay.
We use historic actuals to predict or project everything about the budget, but that's one of those instances where we budgeted last year more than what we actually received, and so we brought that down this year. Back to the recorder's modernization, that's actually a trust fund, so it has completely offsetting revenue. I can't speak exactly to why office expense went up to 15 grand this year. Your assessor recorder actually oversees that budget, but it's offsetting with revenue. So there's no actual sort of impact in the sense that it's, say, pulling away from other opportunities elsewhere.
Okay, great. Those are the questions that I had. Have any additional? Not seeing any. Let's open this up for public comment. If any members of the public would like to speak, you have 3 minutes, and at 1 minute you get a beep letting you know you have 1 minute left. So please come forward if you have any comments. All right. Welcome back.
Okay. Thank you. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff.
Is the microphone on?
Check.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. First off, thank you for all the work that was put into the presentation and the work that has gone into removing the Office of the Sheriff out of the general fund. I know that there is a lot of moving parts behind that, so Auditor, Controller, County Administration, thank you so much. I'm looking at the slide 3 with the slice of the pie that says 37.5 million. I would like to just take an opportunity to educate the public a little bit about what that money actually looks like. The overall general fund local impact for local dollars is just over 26 million, with approximately 11 million of that being special department revenue. Also monies that is subject to the discretion of the board, but is restricted in some cases. So I just wanted to highlight that because I think it's important that when we see 37.5 million, we know that that's not all specifically an impact to the local county dollars, the people's dollars. And so just drawing that differentiation of approximately 26,383,000 that was transferred in from the general fund. The other approximate 11 million is it's basically a pot from like Prop 172 money, AB 109, state court trusts, rural sheriffs, tribal governments, other miscellaneous grants from the state, Cal Ames, and opioid settlement. And so the reason why I wanted to highlight that is because I think it just gives a clear picture as to, you know, our ability and our keeping our word to the people that we will leverage every bit of outside revenue to expand resources and not the other way around. And that all of that money together accounts for approximately 126 FTEs, not 170. The slide is accurate. I just want to make sure that there is that differentiation that's drawn so the public knows that while the numbers are accurate, that they're made up of different revenues and that those revenues are paying to offset the cost of a lot of those FTEs. So thank you so much.
And that's a really good point, Sheriff. I just want to highlight, when we put these numbers up here, this is total appropriations, because remember, your board, that's what you're doing in this budget, is you are appropriating the budgeted amount. And absolutely, almost all departments have offsetting revenues that's specific to their departments, and they're not discretionary for your board, for the most part, to move around across funds. So thank you.
Great. And we're still in public comment, if any members of the public would like to speak. Welcome.
Hello, Cassandra Jenicky, your district attorney. So just some thoughts on contingencies. I heard a supervisor observe that we're putting a lot more into contingencies than maybe board policy calls for, or that we have in the past. Thank you to Liz for mentioning the fact that this is kind of an odd year. We made all those mid-year cuts, in part, at least from, I think, my perspective as a department head and as an employee, to set that money aside, to right the ship, to address employee compensation. I heard Supervisor Griefer last week when I made my statements mention the fact that we set aside money in contingencies in part to bargain from, which I appreciate the notation of. Also, the thought process that this year these are contingencies because we made the cuts this year. That represents a broadening, let's say, of the available funding to address employee compensation amongst the county budget. And one thing that came to my mind last week is that I continue to hear supervisors represent that bargaining happens during closed session, it happens behind closed doors, we can't talk about specifics. And it's interesting to me because I remember a time, in fact, the last time that we were bargaining for COLAs, the royal we, that the county administrator at that time publicized what the offers were. Because there was a worry that the bargaining units weren't telling their general populations what those offers were. And in fact, there was a back and forth about what offers the unions made, what counter offers the board made. And so I think honestly at this point, if we're talking about transparency for our community, we should be looking at how we can be transparent with our employees. So let's talk about what you all have offered, because we don't get to know. Department heads are not involved in those conversations. At least we haven't been, and in the past when we were, it's because we forced the issue ourselves. And so I would really appreciate, to the extent that you can, letting us know what that bargaining has looked like, because that allows the rest of us to identify what the problem might actually be. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Do we have additional public comment? Sure, yeah. I mean, we're doing public comment. I think it was on, but while taking the time we were walking up, the office supply and it was the printing expense jumped pretty substantially.
Yeah, Yeah.
in the modernization fund?
That would be our banknote paper for all of our vital records. We order those about 5 boxes at a time. It's special paper to kind of prevent fraud, so it is fairly expensive. There's one company that makes it that we all purchase from, all the county recorders. We buy it maybe once every 2 years.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further public comment, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board. I know Supervisor Holland, I think, did you have a comment or no? Not to put you on the spot. I thought you did. You don't have to.
No, I'd like to thank everyone for the hard work they put in. Liz, Sean, the entire budget team, all of our county employees. To Cassandra's point, there has been sacrifices made and recognized. I believe we're trending in the right direction. As I said last meeting, Neil had told me 18 months ago it was a projected $10 million deficit, and we're down to 79,000. So we're moving in the right direction. Have we accomplished everything we need to accomplish? I don't know, but I think we're getting there. We need to have some pretty frank conversations about the future and have a good, solid plan moving forward so we can handle all the things we need to handle, including bargaining, fire, whatever else we need to pay for. So that's all. Thank you guys for the work.
Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you. So yeah, I exactly what Mike said about all the hard work that's gone into it. So thank you. I know it's kind of like a tennis match. You think you're on going one way, next thing we turn it. So I think so. I'm completely happy with the budget. I think where we're at for this first year of what, as I was stated, what we've gone through. For the record, I have been a very strong advocate for making as much transparent as possible, specifically with the negotiation. I think we should advertise that all the time so people know exactly what's going on. My understanding is that we haven't done that, and that's more of a legal issue because it has to be part of that negotiation, that agreement in the beginning that would be broadcasted. So moving forward, I plan on working on that. So I hear what you're saying. Something else that was mentioned earlier was all of the paper, right? I mean, in any organization, one of the largest expenditures is going to be paper and ink, right? So every time we print all this stuff up, I'd like to see the county in the future going into one of the big line items is going digital. What's going to cost to go digital, right? Stop printing everything, start scanning everything, doing things like that. So, and where I'm going with this is something that was said very succinctly some time ago is when is enough is enough. And I think we're at enough. For me, I want to make sure that we get the word out that the cuts that have been made, the issues that we've addressed, we now have a position where this budget is a really good start to go into the next year and the years to come so we can start investing back into what I've always said from day one. The most important thing is our people, and this is where I think we need to start with and approve it as is, and let's go
home. I echo appreciation for all the work into this. The one thing that, and I'll just leave it at that, gives me heartburn is I know we're leaving a lot in contingencies, and I recognize the reason, and it makes sense. I don't want us to lose the track record of putting extra money into roads. Doesn't have to be that full amount, but that's something that was a big change from pre-2021 to post-2021 was putting about $1 million aside extra into roads every single year. That's one of those things it's very easy to not do, and then you end up with a $200 million problem. So I'll leave it at that if I'm the only person on the board and be able to move forward with this. But my recommendation would be the only change is we move $1 million from contingencies into basically road capital funding as we've done for a while. Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like we're always talking budget now, and with finance, it's been a big year for this movement, and it's going to continue to be. Kind of just to that point, every time we see this, we kind of rehash some things out. I want to remind us that we're going to look at the finance committee potentially what we're going to do with fund balance, because the idea was debts and liabilities and trying to get some of these things under our feet so that we have more in the future to do more with. I want to thank Supervisor Holland specifically. He's really gone through line by line with the budget team when I was there, when I wasn't there, and thank you guys for your work. I think I had one more thing I wanted to say. Oh, that was to the district attorney's point. I don't know if I can say this. I'm just going to say it because I've said it at town hall meetings and other places. Our board sincerely wants to address folks who are struggling at the very lowest levels of pay. And I've proposed, and I would love to get all the bargaining units in one room and hash it out. May not be able to happen that way because of legality issues, but I think there is some miscommunication, and maybe there's a way that we can do this better to communicate. But you know, you can't give 20% raises to people at the bottom because compaction issues and because there's not communication going on between some of the leadership and the unions that they're representing. So we're very aware of some of the issues. We're trying to work them out. I think we're headed in the right direction. I think we're trying to get some time to get there. But I know, even though, you know, I don't really necessarily agree with the way Campbell maybe presented some of his argument, I think we all are in the same agreement that our staff are our number one asset, and it doesn't feel like that right now. I get it, but there has to be some big change before we can get back to making our team and our staff a priority. It's just a reality. We have to make some course directions, and when those things take place and when they're behind us, then we can hopefully get ahead of it and work on retaining folks and have those conversations. I know it sounds political. It sounds like BS. I don't care. I know that's the conversations we've had. We want to get there. It's going to take a minute to get there, though. So if you want to leave, we'd hate to see you leave. We'd rather you stay. And we can't make promises, but we know where we want to go, and that's what we're committed to trying to do.
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I certainly agree with what you said, Supervisor Brandon, about roads, so you're definitely not alone on that. It's one of the prouder areas, I guess, if you want to call it that, is that we have put money into large-scale road projects, and I definitely appreciate the Public Works Director sharing that, but the fact is, you know, all we're talking about is small-scale projects. That's what I was trying to illustrate, is that we have this equipment, we're trying to staff up, but we're not doing any of the major projects that I think a lot of the community has come to expect over the past few years because we've been able to do those projects. So we're not even considering that. And, you know, I'm grateful, Supervisor Kirk, that you did acknowledge that we have a morale problem with the staff. And I think the fact that we have $4.3 million in contingencies illustrates that this is a manufactured crisis. The money is there to support some of these programs, but it appears to me that a lot of these cuts were done because, I don't know why, because we didn't like what the departments were doing, because we didn't like individuals in departments, I don't know. But the fact is, if we're going to make cuts to the services that the county is going to provide, we have to have the guts to actually have that conversation and say, we're not going to have youth centers, we're not going to have libraries. But the fact that what this discussion about TOT division going forward does is it pulls $2 million out of that general fund slice of the pie and puts it somewhere else. And so if you're in that slice of the pie, you're one of the departments that are going to be cut. And so without having both that conversation about we want to put more money into one area, we can't have that conversation without saying where it's going to come from. And that is what I feel is missing from this budget and has been for a long time, is we're dancing around the fact that there just is not enough money to accomplish both things at the same time, especially if we're keeping $4.3 million in contingencies. What's not in this budget, like Supervisor Brandon said, no money for roads, $750,000 pulled out of fire. I mean, if we know that there's going to be a problem funding fire in the future, why aren't we putting money aside for that? Why not keep it in the fire fund? Because all that accomplishes pulling money out of the fire fund is that, one, we either have to vote by a 4/5 majority vote to pull it back out and fund fire, or we just don't fund fire and now we're in a whole other mess where we have to close fire stations and that kind of thing, which I don't know anybody in the community that thinks that's a good idea. Again, no money for cost of living increase, but you're right, Supervisor Kirk, you can bargain from contingencies. But how much that is remains to be seen. So, all this talk, I keep hearing the word transparency being banded about. To me, this is not transparent, because we're talking about cuts, but not where they're coming from. We're talking about money going to different areas, but not where that's coming from. One last thing was, anyway, I'll just leave it there.
Great. So with that, it sounded like there may be support, and that was the only change that I'm hearing from anybody, was potentially changing with the remaining unallocated contingencies that exceed budget policy, moving some into the road fund. If there's not a third
Can I
support
ask
on
you
that.
a question about that?
Yes, Supervisor, of course.
I'm not sure if your position's changed, because last meeting you brought up debts and liabilities. So
I can clarify.
So why don't we continue with paying off some of our debts and liabilities with that, so that in the future we can have more to put towards road projects? I think we all agree we want to do more roads projects. And we're buying chip seal machines, we're buying pavers, we just added 2 additional road crew workers. The TOT conversation regarding pulling it out of the general fund, I get it, Ryan. We can't, it's hard to move things forward in government, but we are being much more transparent by pulling TOT out and calling it out. The roads fund is going to get 25% of 9.7 million of our transaction bankruptcy tax will be like 2.7 million for roads. If you look at our history, we were doing 780,000, and then maybe we have fund balance and we give them a million here, or maybe 1.5 there. That move alone just boosted roads, basically in essence, for perpetuity, 2.5 million per year. Yes, is it going to come out of some other thing? But yes, what we're doing is the community wants roads, fire, law enforcement. We're going to deliver on what the community is screaming for, and we will have to figure out the rest. Sometimes it comes in a little messy. Sometimes we're all going to have to hash out and figure it out, but we can agree on the community needs, and that's what we're delivering. And I mean, look at this pie chart. What a transparent way to say this is where your money is finally going. It's not in the slosh fund of the general fund. We're calling things out. We're making it transparent. It's a transition. We'll go through the transition period. We'll come out on the other side, and yeah, some departments will be less, but at least we'll be funding in perpetuity the needs of our community in a very transparent way.
I want to be clear with it too, and this is defending, I think, the last 4 years, but we're also making those decisions today. We have significantly expanded fire, and we have significantly invested in law enforcement, and as the sheriff mentioned earlier today, filling patrol vacancies, which is one of our board goals. Took a lot of years to do. And we've also put money into roads. And so I appreciate that. I hear Supervisor Campbell's concern with the TOT thing in particular. I agree that $2 million does have to come out of somewhere, and that's mentioned that there's no more cuts. If that is allocated, that is a cut that will come from somewhere. And PERS is taking a quarter of our revenue growth every single year in just terms of the minimum payments. So I know that this is, I think, prioritizing better in some ways. It's continuing some of the stuff that's been happening, but we still have some pretty big underlying issues. Truth be told, I think we need to consider maybe why Measure Z didn't pass, whether if we are at a point of we've made what we needed to do, bringing something like that up in the future. This is to employees, this is to this board, this is to the public. Regardless of smaller changes to the budget or the elimination of some positions, we have underlying financial problems that are not decided up here at the dais, that there is not enough money for the things that we prioritize. So to Supervisor Kirk's point, you're right. I began with the conversation of splitting it between roads and debt. It did flow into debts, and you're right, it was adapted. I've tried to be consistent, but where it came to this budget, I tried to bring it up at the last, was I do think it is meaningful whether we allocate more than the minimum 2 roads during this. I think the rest of the contingencies and budget policy moving forward, we're going to have some proposals here. Again, if there's not support to do any change, what I'm recommending is a change to what is the staff recommended budget. And I've tried to be consistent to that. If there's not a third on that, then we'll just move forward with, I think, a motion on the floor from any of the board members.
I missed that. Is the staff recommended budget? You're not talking about this.
No, I'm saying that this is the staff recommended budget. I am recommending a modification, right?
Well, I think you would have to make a motion to do such.
So what was their modification?
My modification would be to Resolution 7925, basically adopting everything here except within the budget, it would be allocating $1 million from the contingencies into roads, which is in alignment with what we've done the last 4 years.
Second.
Okay, so I will have that as a
That's
motion
I'll
and,
second.
yeah. So we have a motion and a second. Okay. So with that, not seeing any more, and again, if this doesn't pass, it's okay, we go back to doing another vote. So just to be clear, all those in favor, which is all of staff recommendation, do we need to read the whole thing, council, or are we good with staff recommendation with that amendment? Staff recommendation with that amendment for 1 million for contingencies of roads. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, I abstaining, so motion fails, 2 in support, 3 opposed, none abstentions. We'll be looking for another motion on our 10 a.m. appointment.
I'll make a motion.
I'll take a stab.
I heard down here first.
I'll make a motion to approve the budget and replace the $780,000 that was pulled from the fire fund into fund balance.
All second.
I'll make a counter motion.
Okay,
We approve the budget as presented.
okay. So we have a substitute motion. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. So we have a substitute motion, which is to move forward on the staff recommended budget and attachments. So third one there, move into a vote. All in favor? I know sometimes that happens too, and you're like, ugh. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstaining?
No.
Okay, so it passes 4-1-0. Supervisor Campbell voting no. All right, so with that, we finished our 10 a.m. appointment. It's not even 3 yet. I appreciate that. I know that some of these are going a little longer, but this is some of the important conversations. So thanks everybody's time. I think we do not have a closed session today, correct? So that is the end of our agenda. We'll adjourn the board meeting at 2:58.